Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony. If we elect Donald Trump,
I think I would have a very, very good relationship with Russia.
And the Republicans says Vladimir Putin is a better leader than President Obama. And at a commander-in-chief forum on NBC News, Trump said he'd beat ISIS with different advice, saying the generals in this administration have been reduced to rubble.
They have been reduced to a point where it's embarrassing for our country.
Hillary Clinton spoke earlier separately in the same forum, saying she'd beat ISIS battling them from the air and cyberspace.
We are not putting ground troops into Iraq ever again.
And she took a question from a Navy veteran on her email scandal. How can vets
have any confidence in your leadership as president when you clearly corrupted our national security?
There was no statement, top secret, secret, or confidential. I communicated about classified material on a wholly separate system. I took it very seriously.
FBI Director James Comey sent an internal memo around telling Bureau employees the decision not to charge Clinton was not a close call. It was not a prosecutable case. House Republicans keep investigating. There's a hearing today. President Obama's just wrapped up his visit to Laos, taking more shots at Trump before departing. Fox's Alistair Wanklyn live in Vientiane.
Yeah, the president laid into Republican candidate Donald Trump, restating his belief that Trump lacks the qualities to lead.
You actually have to know what you're talking about, and you actually have to have done your homework. And when you speak, it should actually reflect thought-out policy that you can implement.
Meanwhile, the president said a spat with the new Philippine leader will not affect ties with that U.S. ally. He said when Rodrigo Duterte settles into office, he hopes dialogue will resume. Dave?
Alistair, the only surviving suspect in last November's terror attack in Paris, is set to face an anti-terrorism judge for an interrogation today. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
There have been light rain showers this morning, 74 degrees. It is 5:02 on AM 560, The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates deciding union members will vote later this month on a strike authorization. President Karen Lewis saying yesterday the union leadership will listen to what members have to say. An Illinois man found guilty of shooting another man dead in front of his family at a restaurant, sentenced to life in prison. Will County prosecutors say 33-year-old Christopher Thompson of Joliet shot Gerardo Franchini 9 times in the head and body as he simply ate breakfast with his wife, 5-year-old daughter, and 4-year-old niece. The two men had been involved in an ongoing dispute. Chicago aldermen pushing to hire as many as 1,000 new police officers to fight the rise in gun deaths. AM 560's David Stewart reports on the mayor's reaction and aldermen's guidance to the mayor on that new proposal.
Mayor Emanuel's already said he plans to hire more cops, but says details won't be announced until later this month in his public safety address. Emanuel's floor leader, Alderman Patrick O'Connor, said last week that hundreds of new officers would be hired. But Alderman Roderick Sawyer, George Cardenas, and others say the city needs at least 500 new cops and possibly 1,000 beyond those needed to offset attrition. How to pay for them? Opinions range from using money now paid for police overtime to imposing another property tax hike or imposing a city income tax. David Stewart, NBC News Radio, Chicago.
A federal judge says current Illinois law that sets limits on how much political action committees can give candidates but allows political parties to give as much as they want is constitutional. Wednesday's ruling follows a 2-day bench trial in a civil suit brought by the Illinois Liberty PAC. It argued that letting parties and their legislative leaders contribute as much as they want to candidates while limiting what PACs and individuals can contribute is a violation of free speech. White Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee nipped the Cubs 2-1. Cubs have the Astros next. Sox open a series up next with the Royals. The Bears lock up guard Kyle Long to a 4-year extension. And here's how to measure how old you really may be this morning. The 76ers have re-signed free agent forward Elton Brand, who will embark on his 18th NBA season. Remember when he was the first pick overall in 1999 by your Chicago Bulls? The news, a service of Cabela's. Time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest in hunting gear, supplies, outdoor apparel. Save $100 on Ozonics HR200 scent eliminator device. Don't miss Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 5:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next. on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Chicago Anesthesia and Pain Specialists and by the Illinois Policy Institute.
Here's microbiologist Dr. Kim O'Neill talking about balance of nature.
Scientific research has shown that many cancers and lifestyle diseases can be prevented with a diet rich in fruits and vegetables. This prevention comes from the phytochemicals in the plants. They fight against oxidants that damage the cell's DNA, causing mutations that lead to disease. I don't take any supplementation, but I take Balance of Nature because I know, I've seen it in my lab, and I know that it works. I've seen the immune response increase, I've seen your DNA repair capacity increase, and I've seen DNA protection. And that, to me, as a scientist, rings so true, and it's only natural.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
5:07, time to check the climate of your business with aircomfort.com, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Time to get an update on the roads as well in our AM 560 Traffic Center. The latest with Jim Talamonte. Good morning, Jim.
Good morning, Mike. Roads are wet. Expecting a slow commute for many, though right now the expressways and tollways are in good shape. Overnight work has cleared. Northwest side just off the Kennedy at Montrose Kilbourne. There's a vehicle into a building just off the outbound Kennedy exit to Montrose. West side is a crash on Damon at Van Buren. Traffic in that area tonight, little north of there with Disney on Ice at the United Center. Keep in mind there's a left lane closure at inbound I-57 starting at Holstead that caused significant delays yesterday. Seeing a few flight delays at O'Hare, mainly affecting arrivals. Traffic service of Back to School Illinois. Back to School Illinois provides school supplies for children in need. You can help by making a donation at b2si.org. Back to School Illinois, looking to improve educational opportunities for Illinois children. b2si.org. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answers starts next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, a shower in spots for the morning. Otherwise, it will be warm and humid with clouds giving way to some sun. High 85. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 65. A shower or thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon. Tomorrow, high 80. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
74 in O'Hare, 75 along the lake, 73 this morning in Aurora. Your next news update at 5:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy starts now on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by the IRS Radio Hour with attorney Stephen Leahy every Sunday afternoon at 5 on AM 560, The Answer.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, after last night's forum,
the National Security Forum.
Right.
It shall be called by its proper name.
In whom do you have less confidence as a potential commander-in-chief? Take your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro, answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro, text line. But before we get to the back and forth,
of sorts, the back and forth between Matt Lauer and Trump and the audience and Trump, and then the back and forth between Hillary Clinton and Matt Lauer and the audience and Hillary Clinton. Before we get to that, boy, it's a tale of two Trumps, it seems to me, yesterday. The one Trump is the candidate who delivered a prepared speech at the Union League Club in Philadelphia in the morning on military readiness, national security, what he is going to do to rebuild the military. A 30-minute speech that was well-crafted, covered a lot of territory, included many specifics because it was prepared. And then the other Trump is the Trump that is unscripted in a forum answering questions, about an area that he probably hadn't given a lot of deep thought to until running for president of the United States. And his base of knowledge, I think, is somewhat limited. I think that comes across, or his vocabulary, some combination of the two. But it really was a stark contrast if you look at the prepared speech he gave in the morning as compared to his performance at night. And
I want to hear this because I did not hear his prepared speech in Philly.
Well, and the prepared speech, this follows 3 weeks of doing exactly what Kellyanne Conway said he was going to do. Roll out policy speeches, detailed policy speeches, prepared in advance that cover a lot of the contingencies in a particular sector, whether it's immigration or national security or military readiness. So Trump starts the speech with a Reagan invocation. You'll recall this.
Today I'm here to talk to you about 3 crucial words that should be at the center always of our foreign policy. Peace through strength.
And peace through strength was the motif of the speech, and he didn't repeat it often, but he filled it in by talking about, frankly, double-digit increases in the size, strength of different branches of the military, increasing our overall active duty troop levels from 490,000 to 540,000, improving missile defense, making NATO countries pay up according to the NATO agreement, 2% of their GDP for military, which only a few NATO countries are doing at present. Making South Korea, Japan, Germany, Saudi Arabia pay more for the security, effectively, that we provide. He talked about missile defenses. He talked about cyber capabilities. He talked about ending the sequester.
For military spending.
Right. And, I mean, this is not inconsequential in terms of the available resources for defense spending. Smart defense spending, not the proverbial $600 toilet seat, but nonetheless, he made an important point about sequestering the deal that congressional Republicans cut with Obama.
Under the budget agreement, defense took half of the cuts, even though it makes up only 1/6 of the budget. So they put it all in defense. As soon as I take office, I will ask Congress to fully eliminate the defense sequester and will submit a new budget to rebuild our military. It is so depleted. We will rebuild our military.
And it's
and
a fair...
mentioned, 2 days ago that he was going to end the sequester and bulk up our military again.
It's a fair point he raises, and I hope at some point he complements that by also tackling the 2/3 of federal spending on entitlement programs and talking about entitlement reform. But, I mean, in terms of the focus of this speech, it was a fair point he raises. He also did something that you'll recall Steve Moore suggested on this show yesterday that he include in his remarks about national security. He invoked the energy sector.
Finally, we will have at our disposal additional revenues from unleashing American energy. The Institute for Energy Research cites a short-run figure of as much as $36 billion annually from increased energy production. Tremendous amounts of money. Tremendous numbers of jobs and tremendous amounts of money. And your electric bills will go down. There's something nice about it.
And so that was...
If you're going to promise that my electric bill will go down, I'm ready to listen.
Well, I
'Cause
mean,
exponentially,
sure.
it's going up every month.
He can't promise your
Safe streets in Chicago and low electric bills. Where do I sign up?
he can't promise your taxes associated with your
No.
utilities will go down in Chicago, but he can promise the underlying costs can go down if you unleash the country's energy sector. And that was in the context of, here's how we're going to pay for some of the things I'm suggesting, in addition to reducing military bureaucracy. There was nothing earth-shattering, but it was tight and professional, and it covered all of the necessary areas, including Hillary Clinton, because Hillary Clinton is trigger-happy, unstable, and reckless. She brings failure and death, don't you know? Mentioned that before, but he mentioned it again. But he did offer a bit of, a nicety for Hillary Clinton. There is something that she has taught us, and it's important.
In addition, we will improve the Department of Defense's cyber capabilities. A new threat, a new problem, very expensive, and we're not doing very well with cyber. Hillary Clinton has taught us really how vulnerable we are in cyber hacking. It's probably the only thing that we've learned from Hillary Clinton.
Well, so, I mean, that's nice, though.
Yeah.
I mean, she has taught us inadvertently by running this criminal enterprise and operating outside the bounds of the law about the importance of cybersecurity. So she really underscores his point, and I think that was a nice moment of of conciliation.
That we can learn from your mistakes. So
Well-
thank you for making the mistake.
Well,
'Cause we shall never do that again.
Then there were other parts where Trump was a bit less charitable.
Sometimes it seemed like there wasn't a country in the Middle East that Hillary Clinton didn't want to invade, intervene in, or topple. She's trigger happy and very unstable. Whether we like it or not, that's what's going on.
Well, and by the way, it was like a State of the Union speech. Almost after every line, there was applause. That made the speech a lot longer than it otherwise needed to be. But that notwithstanding, him turning the temperament issue on her, or at least attempting to.
Yeah, but when during the town hall or the National Security Forum, I think he lost a bit of his temperament.
Well, he
was not poised and graceful as he was in Philadelphia, and I'm glad you played that because I'm trying to warm up again to Trump. But after last night's performance, or whatever that was, I can't vote for him, Dan.
Oh,
I
gosh.
cannot. I know. I'm here again being undecided,
Oh, boy.
being an undecided voter.
Well, I'll tell you what. Why don't we
Cleanse the palate.
Why don't
take
we
a
press
break?
the reset button, to borrow a Hillaryism, and we'll come back and talk about the forum, and we'll walk through this.
Thank you.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
Slick start to your morning. There's showers. Otherwise, by this afternoon, we're going to have some clouds with some warm and humid conditions, a high of 85 degrees. And then for Friday, mostly cloudy with a thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon, a high again in the 80s. Let's see if that morning road work has been picked up. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Well, good morning, Amy. Good morning, Dan. Road work is gone, but the delays are already kicking in. You've got wet roads, and you've got some ongoing construction. So I-57 is already slow from 107th to the Ryan. There's that left lane closure between Halsted and 95th for work on the CTA Red Line terminal. You've got about a 5-minute delay already on I-57. Bishop Ford just a little sluggish approaching the merge. The inbound Ryan has a 2-minute delay from 18th to the Burns Circle. Kennedy looks good. There's a crash just off the Kennedy, off the exit ramp from Montrose. Montrose at Kilbourne. There's a car into a building. There's a crash on the west side and Damon at Van Buren. With the rain, there are a few flight delays at O'Hare, mainly affecting arrivals. I'm Jim Talamonte of the AM 560 Traffic Center.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in. and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
Mike Rowe here for 1 hour. Today, Chuck is jogging in place to make a point about energy efficiency.
I thought I was training for a marathon.
He's been at it now for...
3 minutes.
And already he's wearing out.
I'm not.
Your heating and air conditioning systems are a lot like Chuck.
Warm yet somehow cool?
Wheezing, wasting energy, and probably headed for replacement.
You're talking about the air systems, right?
Sure, pal. Sure. Call 1 hour before it's too late.
Can you do the disclaimer for me?
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Thanks.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Mick O'Rourke, co-founder, president, and CEO of Signature Bank. We founded Signature Bank in 2006 with one goal: to serve as Chicago's business bank. Now, 10 years later, we've seen that vision turn into a reality. We'd like to help your business realize all of its potential. My co-founders and I have many years of experience in commercial banking. When we learn about your business, we sit down across the table from you. When you have concerns, we pick up the phone to talk them through. We know your name and your story. At Signature Bank, when we make a commitment, we deliver.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So we got to get to this forum, this exchange.
You know what? It wasn't long
ideas.
enough. Was not 30 minutes for each candidate, and taking questions from the audience too just wasn't enough time.
I'll tell you what, it seemed too long to me.
Really?
Because all three of the participants, meaning Matt Lauer, Donald Trump, and Hillary Clinton, were excruciating to listen to. I've got to tell you, Donald Trump's speech in the morning that we were playing excerpts from on national security at the Union League Club in Philadelphia was quite good. And it follows a number of good speeches he's given now, the prepared remarks. His off-the-cuff answers yesterday were less compelling, as were Hillary Clinton's. Also, Hillary Clinton, who's supposed to have this incredible base of knowledge because she's been steeped in foreign affairs, foreign policy.
Yeah.
Well, she made some egregious errors, and we'll get to those in a second. But quickly, let's get to Mark in Des Plaines. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know, the internet is going to be a really big thing someday.
Yeah, it is. It is. That's a strong prediction.
Most people, I really don't think most people have any idea how real Trump's comments were about that yesterday. I mean, that is the biggest vulnerability we have right now. And we don't know what the holes are. Most of us don't know what the holes are in the internet. You know, I mean, certainly there are people who understand it, you know, a lot better than most of us neophytes.
Yeah,
but
like a Guccifer. Yeah, right.
Exactly. But you know, not many of us, Dan. You know, and that's the thing. It's really significant what he was talking about, and it affects everything we do. I mean, from our banking systems to our, you know, that Facebook example you guys were talking about yesterday with that girl who in Utah was the hunter.
The big game hunter. Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an example of it. You know, she goes on Facebook and she has no idea the ramifications of. I mean, the internet is permanent, and most people don't get that.
Yeah. Thanks for the call, Mark. Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, the issue of cybersecurity, magnetic pulse attacks, these are issues that Trump raised in his speech. Cybersecurity, despite the fact that members of the Chinese military have been indicted in absentia, Not something President Obama raised in any important way during his last G20 meeting in China there.
Well, speaking of stand by.
Oh.
I just had a Hillary moment.
Oh, lovely.
Because we're talking about Donald Trump and my allergies are coming back. Just kidding. But speaking of things that are permanent, Facebook, Twitter, Matt Lauer read a tweet that Donald Trump had posted about women that are getting sexually assaulted in the military. And Donald Trump, instead of admitting, maybe I was wrong, I should re-examine that, doubled down on women being sexually assaulted.
In 2013, on this subject, you tweeted this, quote, 26,000 unreported sexual assaults in the military, only 238 convictions. What did these geniuses expect when they put men and women together?
Well, it is a correct tweet. There are many people that think that that's absolutely correct, and we need to have a strength.
So this
and we
should
need
have
to
been expected, and does that mean the only way to fix it is to take women out of the military?
And by the way, since then it's gotten worse. No, not to kick them out, but something has to be happened. Right now, part of the problem is nobody gets prosecuted. You have reported, and the gentleman can tell you, you have the report of rape, and nobody gets prosecuted. There are no consequences.
What were these geniuses thinking? First of all, he's re-victimizing the women, and men should just learn how to control themselves. Blame the men, not the women.
Oh, boy. Well, there's a lot there.
He's not doing well with women, and that's just not going to help attract females to the Republican Party beyond this election.
Yeah, well, there's a lot there. I mean, this is some of these statistics that are thrown around turn out to be a bit gooey, like the campus sexual assault statistics. And there is, by the way, a military code of conduct, uniform military code of conduct. There are military adjudications of violations of the military code of conduct. I think talking about this in the aggregate is a bit difficult, so you would have to go case by case. So perhaps some of the accusations were unfounded. Perhaps some of the accusations were not properly investigated. It could be a combination of the two. I have no idea. And neither does Donald Trump, and neither do you. And so we should be very careful about just this. There's an epidemic here on campus. There's an epidemic in the military. I'd like the details. Kind of draw them out for me. Don't give me some statistics about 26,000 and how many convictions.
238. Yeah.
Well, I don't know if those numbers are accurate or not because I don't know the source of them. I would find them difficult to fathom, but I'm willing to be persuaded based on evidence, but not based on a factoid pulled out of or a data point pulled out of the air. I don't even know if it's a fact, so I don't want to call it a factoid. And also then let's have an underlying conversation. If there is some kind of blind eye towards inappropriate behavior of any kind, then that's fine. Have a conversation about it. This is where Trump, rather than always, sometimes we want our candidates, especially conservatives, because it's been so long, to be on offense. But sometimes being on offense means just not attacking back in a defensive posture, but just hold on a second, Matt. Let's just talk about the issue in a broad context along the lines that I just tried to do.
No compassion for the victims. It just sounded like, what were these geniuses thinking, putting men with women, as if that it was our fault or the women's fault. The men need to control themselves, and you're right. There is a code of conduct, and they should be prosecuted. But I would have handled that completely different than how he handled it.
Well, right, but I don't want to go all the way the other way and suggest that every male member of the armed forces is presumed to be a sexual assaulter, which is where the feminists go. I mean, every male on a college campus is presumed to be a sexual predator. No. We're not going to do that. That's for the hysterical left, and Donald Trump needs to be. This is the kind of perpetual lament with Donald Trump. He needs to be more thoughtful. He needs to be more precise with language. He needs to provide more context. He does that when he has staff support to prepare speeches. He does that less effectively when he's left to his own devices.
Before you see it on TV, share it on Facebook, or read about it in the paper. Hear it here first. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Scoundrels are not exclusive to politics. They're smart enough to occupy necessity service industries like the automotive business. As a real estate broker, my car is a lifeline and a total necessity to my business and my family, which is why I had to seek out an honest, truthful auto service provider. For over the past decade, I've put my trust in Craigies Mobile Service Center on Lake Street in Addison. Craigies handles full auto repair on foreign and domestic vehicles. They pride themselves on providing you the best cost-effective auto repair and expert advice. Craigies has full service bays and truck lifts that can service and manage your whole fleet. They also provide priority service for your business and can track each vehicle, alerting you to the repair before you need it, keeping your guys on the road. Since 1959, Craigies Mobile Service Center has thrived through 10 presidential administrations, giving you reputable, dependable, and honest auto repair. Do yourself a favor. Just go into Craigies on Lake Street in Addison. See my guy Vic. He'll set you up. Tell him Sean from Elmwood Park sent you. I approve of this message, unlike the two presidential candidates.
Is overseas uncertainty making a dent in your portfolio? Is your bank telling you that everything's going to be okay? You don't need to feel like your finances are spiraling out of control. It's time to take a different approach with Online Trading Academy. They'll teach you how to navigate the stock market during these changing times and prepare you for future market fluctuations. Online Trading Academy's certified instructors teach you a rules-based strategy where you'll trade on knowledge, not speculation, so you'll be able to identify market changes before they happen. Reserve your seat today for a free half-day training course at their state-of-the-art education facility in Lombard. Call now, 877-682-2442. Mention AM560 and you'll receive a free home video study course valued at $247. Call now, 877-682-2442.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary says no troops on the ground in Iraq. That's news to the troops on the ground in Iraq at 5:38.
But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 74 degrees. Rain and a couple of thunderstorms have moved across the area this morning. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump says he is ready to be commander-in-chief and has a great judgment and background. Taking part in the Commander-in-Chief Forum yesterday, Trump says his business background and world travel qualify him for the job.
The main thing is I have great judgment. I have good judgment. I know what's going on. I've called so many of the shots.
Democratic presidential nominee Hillary Clinton at that same forum says there's no proof her email system was hacked while she served as Secretary of State.
We are not putting ground troops into Iraq ever again. And we're not putting ground troops into Syria. We're going to defeat ISIS without committing American ground troops.
Hillary Clinton at the Commander-in-Chief Forum aired on NBC and MSNBC. The president this morning not ready to give up hope that the prison at Guantanamo Bay will be closed before he leaves office. He said that at a press conference today in Laos. Meantime, the president also says he met with Philippine President Rodrigo Duterte in Laos.
I did shake hands with President Duterte last night. It was not a long interaction, and what I indicated to him is that my team should be meeting with his and determine how we can move forward on a whole range of issues.
The meeting came days after Duterte used a crude language about the president. Green Party presidential candidate wanted in North Dakota on criminal charges. Jill Stein and her running mate were charged yesterday with criminal trespass at the Dakota Access Pipeline protest site. Texas Senator John Cornyn declining to support Ted Cruz in the respected Republican primary battle for Cruz's Senate seat in 2018. Johann Botha, one of the most celebrated tenors of his time, has died in Vienna at the age of 51. The cause of death has been announced. He had been suffering from cancer. The South African-born singer was at home in all genres, ranging from Puccini to Wagner, survived by his wife and 2 children. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates has decided union members will vote later this month on a strike authorization. Under a plan unveiled by 2 aldermen Wednesday, Chicago police officers could soon be equipped with a special kind of gauze designed to quickly stop a wound from bleeding. And construction of what is believed to be Chicago's 3rd tallest building is officially underway. City officials and others breaking ground on the 1,200-foot Vista Tower yesterday at 345 East Wacker Drive. Sox over Detroit. Milwaukee nipped the Cubs, and the Bears have locked up right guard Kyle Long to a 4-year extension. The news service of Cabela's. It is time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest hunting gear, supplies, and outdoor apparel. Save $100 on an Ozonics HR200 scent eliminator device. Don't miss Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 5:34 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My America is really easy. I can sum up my America in about 9.5 seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's my life, it's my money, it's my family, it's my business. I'll be responsible for everything. Government, get the hell out of my life. 9.5 freaking seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
That might have been 8.5 seconds.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
A storm is on the horizon, and you need to keep the lights on no matter what. Your business relies on the power being on 24/7. It's the lifeblood of your data and computer systems. Weather-related outages from the power company are not acceptable. Your need for a source of power that's reliable 24/7, along with round-the-clock service that can dispatch technicians to your site immediately, is mission critical. Your business needs Charles Equipment Energy Systems on speed dial. These are the big boys, not residential or solar, but reliable industrial generators for emergency backup or events. When you need more than a 100-foot extension cord plugged into a small engine generator, call Charles Equipment Energy Systems. They keep the lights on with rental generators for job sites or power outages. They'll also keep you cool this summer with temporary air conditioners for any situation, big or small. Call 630-834-6000. That's 630-834-6000 or charlesequipment.com. charlesequipment.com. Reserve now for summer festival season.
5:36. Let's get an update on the roads. AM 560 Traffic Center time. Here's Jim.
Thanks, Mike. Roads are wet and we're seeing significant delays already. Inbound I-57, stop and go, 127th to the Rhine, where that left lane is closed for CTA terminal work. 32 minutes, I-80 to the Rhine already. Outbound 5 to 15. Bishop Ford delay started 115th, 25 minutes from 8094 to the merge. The Rhine has slowed traffic 35th into downtown. It's 22 minutes, 95th to the loop. Eden's Kennedy, wet but otherwise okay. Same goes for the Eisenhower. Inbound Stevenson a bit tight, Harlem to Kedzie. 40 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive. Farther south, there's a slow pocket approaching 53. The tollways are good. There are some flight delays at O'Hare, mainly affecting arrivals. Traffic is a service of Amtrak. Great memories are made on trains, not in traffic. Experience travel the way it should be. Go from Chicago to New York for $85 with Amtrak Saver Fares. Book now at amtrak.com/saverfares. See where the train can take you. Restrictions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Jim, thank you. Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Morning showers and spots. Otherwise, clouds break later in the day. Warm and humid, high 85. Partly cloudy and 65 overnight, 74 right now. We'll have your next news update coming up at 6 with Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continuing next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Military Mortgage Talk with host Tony Gatliff. Sunday mornings at 9 on AM 560, The Answer.
You want more than just the headlines? Find out what's going on and what it means with me, Dennis Prager, this morning at 11, right here on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. Taking your calls, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 64636-DA, turnkey.pro text line regarding the Commander-in-Chief Forum yesterday. Mike Scott was telling us during the break that New York Times ripped Matt Lauer for his performance. I didn't see the New York Times write-up, but, I mean, what do you expect?
Oh, my gosh. I thought Matt Lauer was amazing yesterday. I've never seen him
interviewing like children and celebrities, and I repeat myself.
But he interviews some politicians once in a while. He does. And I thought he was great.
He's used to arguing with Tom Cruise about postpartum depression.
He's a very talented journalist.
Oh, my gosh.
Dan. No, I thought he did an amazing job, and he was in their faces. He did not let them escape. I thought Hillary was crawling out of her skin. That half hour couldn't be over soon enough for her, because everybody was focusing on her emails. And Matt Lauer did not let her skate on that and asked her, point blank, Did you put our national security at risk with some of your emails, especially when it came to drones?
Were some of the emails sent or received by you referring to our drone program, our covert drone program?
Yes. Every part of our government had to deal with questions, and the Secretary of State's office was first and foremost. So there are ways of talking about the drone program.
Uh-huh.
That was tough. He was in her face. Now he didn't say drone, he said the covert drone program.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Hillary had some interesting moments. I just want to, again, her comparative advantage is she's the Secretary of State. She's been a U.S. Senator. The Dallas Morning News and their endorsement, she's has experience in government. So she knows this stuff. She's been in the international arena. She's met with heads of state.
She knows every name of heads of state and their children's names, too.
And so you would think she would know, basic things about theaters of war, places like Iraq and Syria, which have dominated certainly the second term of President Obama in the battle against political Islamic terrorism, radical Islamic terrorism, and ISIS. And Hillary Clinton not so well versed in that. Do we have the Hillary 1 with her talking about never putting troops on the ground in Iraq or Syria? Here we go.
They are not going to get ground troops. We are not putting ground troops into Iraq ever again, and we're not putting ground troops into Syria. We're going to defeat ISIS without committing American ground troops. So those are the kinds of decisions we have to make on a case-by-case basis.
Okay, so, that 20 seconds, there is so much that is incorrect and contradictory about that 20-second riff. First of all, we're never going to do something? Really? We're never going to do it. And then, at the same time, we're never going to put ground troops in Iraq. We're not going to put ground troops in Syria. And it's a case-by-case basis. Well, which is it? Is it a case-by-case basis or we're never going to do it? Yeah. And do you really want to pull an option off the table?
Just like she's drawing a line in the sand, and somebody else did that, President Obama, when it came to Syria, and that backfired.
And then there's the other matter of the current status of forces in Iraq and Syria, where 6,000 U.S. troops are in Iraq, some fewer than 50 miles from the ISIS-controlled city of Mosul. And the DOD has acknowledged that at least 500 special forces soldiers are in Syria. So what is this never business? It's happening right now.
They're there. She was a little confused. She was a little off.
That is the kind of mistake that is, frankly, unforgivable. That is not a mistake you can walk away from. She's an expert. I thought that's the value prop. He doesn't have the temperament. He doesn't have the knowledge. She, by contrast, has both. Does she? Let's go to Randy in Crown Point. You're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Morning, guys. As an 11-year veteran in the U.S. Navy, aboard the ships and off the ships, I was in during the non-integrated with female and the integrated. I will tell you, Donald Trump was spot on when he said, what were these geniuses thinking? And here's why he was spot on. The military did not make that decision. They were forced by people that had never been involved on board ships, never been involved, and then all of a sudden it gets thrust upon. Have you ever been on a submarine? Have you ever seen the tight quarters? Have you ever done? They didn't think it through. That's what he's talking about. He's not talking about they shouldn't be there.
Yeah, Randy.
Right,
no, Randy. Hold on a second. So he tweeted something, and then he was asked about that tweet. And that wasn't the opportunity for him to give an answer like you've just given. But he didn't give that answer. He didn't give that answer, though.
Because he's not as experienced and didn't go through it like Randy did.
Well, so you're suggesting a legitimate response, but that's not the one Donald Trump gave. You know what I mean? So this kind of imputing upon him the answer he should have given is fine, but let's also recognize the answer he did give when given the opportunity to provide one.
Guys, I understand your point there, but we've got, meaning the public. We give Hillary the benefit, when I say we, not me, but the public and the media gives Hillary the benefit of the doubt that everything that rolls off of her lips is perfect everything, they parse it, they twist it so that it fits their narrative. With Donald Trump, people don't give him the benefit of the doubt. Donald Trump is a smarter man than most people realize when he looks at things from a pragmatic, from a realistic standpoint. Somebody's got to give him some credit for that. He is right about the integration. Dead right. And yeah, maybe he needs to get up on a platform. But I don't personally think he needs to, for myself to understand. And there's a lot of Americans that understand exactly where Donald Trump's coming from, more than people give credit for. That's why I think we've got not an October surprise coming. I think that the media is just going to roll over and just be flabbergasted after the election.
Thanks for the call. Thanks for the call, Randy. Appreciate it.
What I heard from Donald Trump, he had harsh words for military generals. He was soft on Putin. He was very praised. He gave him a very nice kudos yesterday. And then his comments about women in the military.
Well, he was soft on Putin, and we'll get to that because I have a problem with his softness on Putin. But one thing that he said was interesting. Lauer asked him about the intelligence briefings he received, and I thought this was actually an interesting comment.
No, I didn't learn anything from that standpoint. What I did learn is that our leadership, Barack Obama, did not follow what our experts, and are truly, when they call it intelligence, it's there for a reason, what our experts said to do. And I was very, very surprised in almost every instance. And I could tell, I have pretty good with the body language, I could tell they were not happy. Our leaders did not follow what they were recommending.
Well, the body language issue aside, the important question is that right, that there were recommendations to President Obama that were not followed? I suspect it is right.
Well, that's conjecture on his part.
Well, no, it's
on
not.
Donald Trump's part. And he shouldn't be talking about it. I don't care how he interpreted his intelligence briefings. He is not supposed to talk about that. That is information that Americans are not supposed to know. When Matt Lauer asked him that question, he should have shut him down, looked presidential, and said that I cannot discuss that with the American people. End of story.
Oh,
this is why I can't trust Donald Trump. I mean, he's always
so you can't characterize.
He gave our adversaries information about President Obama. Maybe there's something we don't know, and our enemies were listening and thought, "Oh, okay." So there was another option on the table for. In some foreign country.
That is news that the President of the United States is presented with a multitude of options and recommendations, and he didn't follow, allegedly didn't follow the recommendations of the intelligence community in certain instances that went unnamed. That's news. That is trafficking and classified information. I don't think so. That is fodder.
Well, we don't know. Because we don't know what was presented to Obama. But I'm saying you can't give that information out.
What information?
It was conjecture on Donald Trump's part that President Obama didn't do something that the advisors asked him to do.
You don't know it was conjecture. You have no idea.
But Donald Trump, because his body language, he knew. I mean, they didn't say it, but he could tell what they meant by their body language.
Well,
I'm just saying you should not talk about it.
Well, I don't think it is a problem to talk about it in a general way, like he talked about it. This is the conversation about foreign policy that we have routinely. Was there conversations about the red line? Was there conversations about the authorization of use of force in Iraq? Were there disagreements? Were there other options laid bare for military personnel and civilian political personnel to consider? Of course there are. This is routinely talked about in general terms, options, strategies, tactics, troop levels. We know this. What he said yesterday was not out of bounds. Per the question Matt Lauer said, to the extent that you can talk about it, and he characterized his experience in a general way. I think you're making too much of that. Let's go to Jordan in Forest Park.
I thought it was quite humorous when the questions were asked of Hillary about what is classified information. And Hillary said, well, it has to be marked. And if there's something marked, that's classified.
Right.
When
it was
the
called
FBI
headers.
turned over hundreds of emails where there was classified information buried into the email, and she basically is saying, well, that's not classified unless it's marked. I mean, that's just goofy. And Matt Lauer is sitting there like a bozo. He doesn't even understand. I don't think he understands anything, even to ask her a follow-up question.
Well, she was trying to explain herself, and it made it sound as if she was making excuses.
Well,
because there's a difference between headers, and if you want to hear it, I have it here, but headers and then classified, and it was just a bunch of gobbledygook.
Well, you know, and I know Classified material is designated. It is marked. There is a header so that there is no dispute at all.
I mean, it's all about the header.
Yes, but there's a problem with that answer, and that was in response to a question not from Matt Lauer, but from a naval officer who said you corrupted classified information, which you did. The problem is what she's saying about there weren't headers is a lie, and what she's saying that there are headers, so I know what classified information is, runs counter to her testimony, if you will, when she was interviewed by the FBI, and she said, I didn't know what C meant. The letter C. I mean, effectively is what she said. That's not verbatim. That's effectively one of her excuses. So she's all over the map here because she's trying to cover up illicit activity. So, of course she is. Dan in New Lenox.
Yeah, so I just want to go off what the previous caller said about people not giving Trump the benefit of the doubt. So when he made those comments saying that there was a report back around 9/11 that there were people celebrating afterwards, the whole media freaked out, but it was actually true, and that's why they tried spearing him, because the reporter that it turns out that wrote that article was that guy Sergei Kovaleski, and when Trump waved his hands around to mock the idea of a reporter, going back on their word, they find out that the guy has a crimped hand, and they say, oh, he's making fun of a handicapped person. But that's not what he was doing, and he was actually right about his claims. And when Amy says that we shouldn't know about the president's security briefings, we know about Bush's security briefings telling him that there could be a potential attack before 9/11. So that absolutely is information that the public should have. And to advocate against that is like a form of fascism.
All right. Thanks for the call, Dan.
I'm a fascist now, too.
Dan and Gurnee, the other Dan. Hey, Dan.
Danny, hey, I just get upset when people talk about women in the military. My wife graduated from the U.S. Naval Academy. She was on a destroyer and a carrier. For her, she's like, these men act like I'm attracted to them. They would defecate on her toilet, try to screw things up a little bit, and it couldn't be more false that there's this embarrassment. They just get offended by it. It was ridiculous.
Well, Dan, tell your wife thank you for her service.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Wow. Okay. Today, a morning shower to clean things off around here, and then otherwise some clouds and sun by this afternoon. Hot and humid. High in the mid to upper 80s. And then for your big fun Friday, it's going to be cloudy with a thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon, a high of 80 degrees. Those wet roads, big travel times. That's what it means. Here's Jim Telemonte.
That's right, Amy. Long travel times already on some of the expressways. The good news is you can listen longer to Dan and Amy, especially if you're on inbound I-57. It's jammed. From the CalSag channel to the merge where that left lane closure is in effect for CTA work, it is 40 minutes from I-80 to the Rhine. Bishop Ford 35, and there's a stall mixed in before 115th that has the left lane closed. The Edens is still good. Kennedy outbound a little sluggish. Foster to Sayre. Inbound okay. Inbound Eisenhower. Heavy Wolf to Harlem. 38 minutes. Thorndale to downtown. Outbound 31. Stevenson already 45 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive. It's fine outbound. Northbound Tri-State heavy at 290. The other tollways are okay. And in Northwest Indiana, we see no significant delays. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. This is Michael Medved, and I've done some research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues Mike Gallagher and Dennis Prager, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free. Guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day. Now, he does it by attracting multiple full-price offers that increase demand and help sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net. That's callsaul, S-A-U-L.net. Or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
I'm Alice, owner of a growing company. Our entire business depends on our phones, so I was challenged when our phone service providers struggled to deliver our calls Missed calls means lost revenue. I heard Innovative Networks helped AM 560, so I called. They provided an innovative solution that reinforced our phone infrastructure and enhanced call flow. I truly appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing us a solution that scales as my business expands. They even replaced our outdated phone system and provided hands-on training to maximize our capabilities. Amazingly, it cost us nothing. I'm saving money and more focused on growing my business. I'm thrilled with Innovative Networks.
Follow Alice's lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. Are you happy with your carrier?
Hi, this is Dr. David Kolbaba. You know, hormone balance is a big deal. If your hormones are out of whack, it can account for so many health challenges like low energy and fatigue, spaced out memory, low sex drive, otherwise known as the dead in bed syndrome. Nothing excites you anymore with you watching more and more TV every night, misusing food or alcohol, and then there's the hair loss that you thought was age appropriate, and then the weight gain. Let me tell you about our specially priced dirt cheap hormone test. No blood, just saliva. Interesting that with over 33 years in private practice, I've never seen normal hormone test results in the first go around, and that's why you need to have us help you balance your hormones once and for all. So call our HealthQuest radio hotline at 800-794-1855. You can't get any cheaper than dirt cheap. No blood, just spit. Call 800-794-1855. Oh, and be sure to listen to HealthQuest Radio with me, Dr. David Kolbaba, this Saturday morning at 11. But for now, call 800-794-1855.
Have you ever seen what really goes on in your caterer's or favorite restaurant's kitchen? What does the kitchen look like? How big is the operation? And maybe most importantly, who's cooking my meal? When you cater with Tasty Catering, you get more than quality food and event planning. You get an invitation to see what goes on throughout our entire building, including our kitchen. We call it our open kitchen door policy. Come see for yourself why we are so proud of what we do and gain the peace of mind that comes with knowing the who's, the what's, the where's, and the how's of the way we prepare your food. Visit tastycatering.com for more information or contact a Tasty Catering sales representative and set up a time to come meet with us at our home. You can't put a price on peace of mind, but if you had to, all it takes is one visit. Call 847-593-2000, 847-593-2000, or start your visit through our open doors at tastycatering.com.
Townstone Financial is synonymous with great rates, low closing costs, and phenomenal service to the thousands who have completed purchases and refinances with us since 2002. Hi, my name is Barry Sterner, owner of Townstone Financial. Let's hear from Jim, who just completed a no-cost refinance with Townstone Financial.
We went through the experience with Townstone. The experience was amazing. We had a point person that took control of the refi. The communication was specific and exactly what we needed to do. That I was never in the dark in the process, so I knew when I needed to get documents. I knew exactly what I needed. I would recommend Townstone to anybody, and I do.
Remember, nobody values your business more than Townstone Financial, and I'm always available to answer your questions. Call me now, Barry Sterner, at 312-896-2111. That's 312-896-2111, or go to townstone.com. That's TOWNSTONE.com.
Townstone Financials, Indiana, Michigan, Wisconsin, Florida, Illinois, mortgage licensee 6629 and NMLS 136639, equal housing lender.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Dr. Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery agree.
Hi, my name is Dr. Michael Steichen of Northwest Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery in Arlington Heights, Elgin, and Lake Zurich. As an oral surgeon and business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that responds quickly and creatively and understands the unique needs of healthcare practices. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner. Has helped me grow my practice and seize opportunities as they come up. Whether it's a line of credit, financing equipment, or real estate, Cornerstone is there for me.
Thank you, Doctor. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender, member FDIC.
Illinois deserves an honest analysis of the problems facing our state. Avoid the spin from the mainstream media and Springfield insiders by tuning in to Illinois Rising every Sunday at 3 p.m. AM 560's Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute tackle the policy and political issues that matter most and discuss possible solutions. So if you're sick of the status quo, then be sure to listen to Illinois Rising this Sunday at 3 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Should we thank Hillary Clinton for highlighting the need to improve our cybersecurity? We'll ask Michael Rubin at 6:06.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Alderman want 1,000 new police officers. Brewers clip the Cubs, and Kyle Long gets an extension. Morning showers out there. WIND Chicago News Time, 6 o'clock.
Fox News Radio, I'm Dave Anthony.
We have to defeat ISIS.
And Hillary Clinton says that would be her top counterterror goal as president. She and Donald Trump talked about ISIS and other security issues at an NBC News forum. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, Trump criticized military leaders at the forum and suggested if elected, he'd fire some generals that served under President Obama and bring in new ones to deal with ISIS.
Under the leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, the generals have been reduced to rubble.
Clinton was visibly frustrated at some points under questioning about her emails. She said classified material has headers to designate top secret and classified.
None of the emails sent or received by me had such a header.
The candidates appeared on stage separately and were told to keep attacks to a minimum. Dave.
Rachel, Trump also said Vladimir Putin is a better leader than President Obama. And just this morning, Russia's announced a plan to restart stalled Middle East peace talks, saying Israeli and Palestinian leaders have agreed in principle to meet in Moscow. President Obama's left Asia taking parting shots at Trump half a world away. Fox's Alistair Wanklin live in Vientiane, Laos.
The president accused Donald Trump of saying...
We lost our connection with Alistair and Vientiane, but the president and in Laos did say that Donald Trump is not qualified to be president. Every time he speaks, that opinion is confirmed. And the president also shrugged off a spat with the Philippine president. President Obama says the two shook hands, and he says that the U.S. hopes to partner with the Philippines on narco traffickers, but needs that nation to abide by the rule of law. President Obama, again on his way home. A soccer player's attempt to continue her Colin Kaepernick-like protest thwarted. The Washington Spirit played the national anthem before players took the field for last night's game, so Megan Rapinoe couldn't take a knee in protest to oppression and injustices in America. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Light rain showers, 74 degrees at 6:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. We're tracking a developing story in the state of Michigan this morning. In the town of Wayne, which is very near Detroit, a man and a woman were killed when their truck was struck by an Amtrak train in Wayne this early morning. The driver went around crossing gates and was struck in Wayne. The train was headed to Pontiac, Michigan from Chicago and delayed nearly 3 hours. Right now, the reports from the scene say no crew members or passengers are being injured, but all the cars are still being gone through by first responders. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates has decided union members will vote later this month on a strike authorization. President Karen Lewis saying union leadership will listen to what the members have to say. Union members last spring approved a strike authorization. However, officials say the second vote would cover them legally to strike this fall. A reputed Chicago gang member who targeted rivals but ended up killing 2 teenage bystanders and wounding 5 others in a crowded fast food restaurant has been found guilty of first-degree murder. Arthur Cheney was found guilty yesterday in the death of 17-year-old Dantrell Brown and 16-year-old Joanne Ross. Neither Brown nor Ross, both high school students, were Cheney's intended targets. Former Chicago law clerk and current candidate for a judgeship who was fired after allegedly taking the bench to hear minor traffic cases now has a challenger. Judge Marianne Ahmad filed papers with the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners to wage a write-in campaign against Rhonda Crawford. Illinois Supreme Court temporarily appointed Ahmad to the bench in 2014 to fill a vacancy. Cook County Democrats say the party will not be taking sides in that race. The Village of Oak Park expected to begin taxing Airbnb rentals. the same rate as traditional bed and breakfasts. Village officials are pushing the tax at suggestion of bed and breakfast owners, but the village right now is having a hard time nailing down just how lucrative that tax may be. White Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 2-1. The news service of Subway. Try a hot, delicious Subway breakfast sandwich, built just the way you want it, like egg whites with cheese, and then customize it with tomato, fresh spinach, fresh veggies, Black Forest ham or steak, even jalapenos. The Subway Sandwich Shop, fresh is what we do. 6:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Dennis Prager appreciates Trump's candor.
Look how much African-American communities have suffered under Democratic control. You're living in poverty. Your schools are no good. 58% of your youth is unemployed. What the hell do you have to lose?
Even I'm cheering. It is refreshing. Come on, folks. It's refreshing.
The Dennis Prager Show. Weekdays at 11, right before Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
Hey, Craig and Leslie here from In the Know. Leslie, people have a big decision to make. Thankfully, we live in this great country and get to exercise our right to vote and elect the person we think will be best for our family's futures.
Craig, it sounds like you're asking listeners to vote for us.
Listen, you can't control market unpredictability, but you can choose to ride out the highs and lows with Wealth Management Group at your side.
When making any big decisions concerning your financial future, choose us, Wealth Management Group, and listen to In the Know Sunday mornings at 10 right here on AM 560, The Answer.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson, candidate for President of the United States, and I approve this message. Like 60% of you, I'm not impressed by the two-party system. It's a dinosaur. It's outmoded and no longer reflects today's America. Two-party politics doesn't work, and it hasn't worked for anybody but itself in decades. If we, the people, are wise, we will never again elect another president from within the entrenched, corrupt, co-opted two-party system. The office of president should serve the needs of everyone equally, with respect and with fairness. I did it as governor, I'll do it as president. Google me. 60% of you have said you want another choice in 2016, and now you have one in me. We the people have a chance to do something in 2016 that may not come around again in our lifetimes. We have a legitimate chance to elect one of our own to the highest office in the land.
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
6:06, let's check the roads. AM 560 traffic center time. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The CTA says Blue Line trains on the O'Hare-bound side are stopped near Harlem. There's a mechanical problem. Park Ridge, power outage affecting the lights at Toohey and Talcott. On the inbound I-57 at Bishop Ford Freeway, we're seeing huge delays. I-57 is 40 minutes from I-80 to the merge. Bishop Ford 45. There is a stall before 115th, but just cleared. Edens is still fine. The Kennedy, 21 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 24. The Eisenhower, 45 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40. The Stevenson, 46 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 36. Ryan is 25 minutes. 95th to downtown. Traffic is a service of Accountemps. Business needs can change day to day. That's why at Accountemps you can rely on their flexible staffing solutions to provide temporary accounting and finance professionals whenever you need an extra hand. Call today or visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
After an early shower in spots, clouds give way to some sun today with a high 85, partly cloudy night low 65, mostly cloudy with an afternoon shower, thunderstorm in spots tomorrow with a high of 80, periods of rain and a thunderstorm tomorrow night with a low 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
Currently light rain, 73 at O'Hare. Next news, 6:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by The Steve Beeman Show with co-host Carol Parisi, empowering you Sunday evenings at 8 right here on AM 560.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I communicated about classified material on a wholly separate system. I took it very seriously.
Here she is, Clinton,
See, that's her signature, Clinton, with the C in bracket right there. So it's absolutely incredible for Clinton to lie. She is lying.
Hillary Clinton has taught us, really, how vulnerable we are in cyber hacking. That's probably the only thing that we've learned from Hillary Clinton.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I want to pick up on this discussion of the two Trumps and the two-faced Hillary. The two Trumps, the Trump that gave the speech at the Union League Club in Philadelphia in the morning about military readiness and rebuilding our military, who offered thoughtful remarks on complicated issues like the Middle East, such as this.
In a Trump administration, our actions in the Middle East will be tempered by realism. The current strategy of toppling regimes with no plan for what to do the day after only produces power vacuums that are filled simply by terrorists. Gradual reform, not sudden and radical change, should be our guiding objective in that region. We should work with any country that shares our goal of destroying ISIS and defeating radical Islamic terrorism.
Okay. That's, pretty kind of right down the middle type of remark, kind of philosophical construct for the Middle East. But then there's the Trump in the forum hosted by, was it Tamron Hall? Or Matt Lauer?
Yeah, it was Matt Lauer.
I get those two confused. And his bizarre affinity for
his love.
Russian dictator Vlad Putin.
Well, he does have an 82% approval rating, according to the different pollsters, who, by the way, some of them are based right here. Look.
He's also a guy who annexed Crimea, invaded Ukraine, supports Assad in Syria, supports Iran, is trying to undermine our influence in key regions of the world, and according to our intelligence community, probably is the main suspect for the hacking of the DNC computers.
Well, nobody knows that for a fact, but do you want me to start naming some of the things that President Obama does?
But do you want to be complimented by that former KGB officer?
Well, I think when he calls me brilliant, I'll take the compliment, okay?
It's not
it's so self-serving.
Well, it's not about Putin complimenting Trump. It's about Trump's unwillingness to say he is a dictator. His relationship with Assad is troubling. His relationship with Iran is troubling. His revanchism is troubling, and we're going to back our NATO allies in the Baltics and elsewhere. What his propaganda infused popularity in Russia has to do with anything, I have no idea. I mean, does he want to build a Trump Tower in Moscow? Maybe that's the basis.
That's good, and then not to mention the Russian fighter jet that came within feet of an American plane yesterday too.
So it's the kind of trying to accentuate the Trump we heard in the morning and deal with the Trump we heard at least in part in the evening. But then there's Hillary. There is Hillary.
She couldn't lie her way out of a paper bag yesterday.
Oh, she's trying.
Oh, she did. She looked like she was struggling. It was a roast without the comedy and the laughter.
And by the way, she was lying on multiple broadcast channels simultaneously, because you had the candidate forum, then you had her and that suburban dad on the down low she's running with sit down in front of David Muir at ABC and talk about the classified emails and her trafficking and classified information. And she gave this whopper again.
I take classification very seriously. And what I want people to understand is really two things. I take responsibility. I have learned that trying to explain what happened made it sound to some people like I was trying to excuse it. There are no excuses. I take responsibility. I made a mistake. I've apologized. And obviously, I wish I could do differently what happened. I certainly would never do that again.
I'll never, ever do it again.
I promise I never.
I didn't do anything wrong, and I'll never do it again. Okay. All right. For more on this and what the two presidential candidates, one of whom is going to be the commander-in-chief of the United States military, what they had to say yesterday, we're joined by former Pentagon official and American Enterprise Institute resident scholar Michael Rubin. Michael, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, thanks for having me. It's a pleasure to be talking with you guys.
It would have been a pleasure for us to have you moderate that forum last night instead of Matt Lauer, but unfortunately, NBC News hasn't tapped you yet. Hopefully, that will change. But in your absence, what takeaways did you have from the two performances, respectively?
Well, at this point, you've got a situation where both candidates are either deeply flawed or have spoken out of both sides of their mouth. So on one hand, you had Donald Trump saying he's always opposed the Iraq war from the very beginning, and from audio recordings, we know that's not true. We have Hillary Clinton, who keeps stumbling over taking classification seriously, and then she says in her FBI interview that she thought the C markings, instead of meaning confidential, were just alphabetical paragraph markers, and someone should tell her that the letters of the alphabet don't start with C, they start with A and B as well, because that explanation made no sense. This is the type of thing that you really need to pin them down on. But ultimately, what I would have liked to seen fleshed out a little bit was Donald Trump's comments in Philadelphia, which had been perhaps based on former Senator Jim Talent's memo in the National Review saying, hey, look, we need to have a real plan to rebuild the United States military if we are going to be able to counter some of the threats which are out there. And as you said, it's worth asking not only Donald Trump, but both candidates about their relations to Russia and their assessments of Russia.
Are you surprised by this bromance that's going on? It just won't stop between Donald Trump and Vladimir Putin?
I am a little bit. Look, the problem to me isn't simply Putin's revanchism, Putin's megalomania at home, Putin's corruption, and all of that. It's the fact that he has sought to gear his military to fight the United States. He has created a new generation of tactical nuclear weapons which are aimed at the United States or at U.S. forces. Ditto with regard to his new submarines. Someone needs to ask him, why are you doing that? The issue isn't simply the Ukraine or Georgia. At the same time, Hillary Clinton has never fully explained her judgment with regard to the so-called reset. And up until a few months ago, I bet you if she were asked directly, she would still be defending that idea of a reset. And one of her chief aides, Ellen Tauscher, when she was at the Atlantic Council in Washington, D.C., actually took money from a Kremlin Institute in order to launch a project called Mutually Assured Stability instead of Mutually Assured Destruction, whatever it was, which was just kumbaya nonsense on the Pentagon, on the Kremlin dime.
And so to Trump's speech in the morning in Philadelphia, I mean, he outlined with some detail what he plans to do in furtherance of rebuilding the military. He talked about double-digit increases in manpower in some of the branches, $50,000 increase in active duty troops from 490 to 540. He talked about NATO countries paying up, abiding the agreement to spend 2% of their GDP on defense. He talked about South Korea, Japan, Germany, and Saudi paying more and us subsidizing them less. It covered a lot of turf. And part of that was the idea that the sequester, as part of the budget deal that congressional Republicans negotiated with President Obama, the sequester needs to go. Do you agree with the need to lift the sequester and at least some of the broad strokes that Trump outlined in terms of the military rebuild?
I agree with the broad strokes, Dan, in rebuilding the military. There's no reason why our military should be as small as it is because, weakness only invites aggression. The key to peace, the key to not having conflict is to be the strongest out there. Now, that said, what Donald Trump said is he would achieve this by cutting government waste elsewhere. Well, I'd like to see, this is just anodyne. Every politician says it. I'd like to see exactly how. God knows I live in Washington, D.C. There's a lot of government waste out there. When it comes to the sequestration, which, as you said, was that congressional agreement to reduce the Pentagon budget 10%. The problem with that is that not the reduction of the waste, and you've had a huge growth of the civilian bureaucracy in the Pentagon, it's that there's no flexibility, so you have to cut 10% from every budget instead of saying this office is wasteful. We're going to cut 37% from this, but this other one is essential. So we're actually going to increase its budget by 2%. What you're doing is cutting with an axe instead of cutting with a scalpel, and that has really hamstrung the Pentagon.
I wanted to ask you about last night, back to the Commander-in-Chief Forum, when Matt Lauer asked Donald Trump about his intelligence briefings. And I know they couldn't talk about specifics, but how do you think he should have handled that question?
Well, I mean, when Trump, the whole issue of the intelligence briefings with both candidates is so deeply, deeply disturbing. I mean, on one hand, you have Trump, who has had this relationship, including with some of it, or let me put it this way, some of his top aides have had relationships with Russia, which are deeply disturbing. You also have Trump, who has a habit of shooting else at the mouth, for lack of a better phrase. On the other hand, Clinton and some of her top aides have shown that they can't handle this sort of issue. I think, actually, for me, what was the most interesting question out there, or the most interesting discussion, was Matt Lauer pressing Donald Trump on his comments with regard to some of the generals, with regard to the Islamic State, how he knew the Islamic State better than the generals. And there is a real issue out there, Amy, with regard to the generals who look at things through political filters, who want to look at the art of the possible, what the White House wants, what Congress thinks possible, rather than giving good, honest military advice and letting the chips fall where they may. That's the discussion we need to have, because under George W. Bush during Operation Iraqi Freedom, and especially under Barack Obama, the key to promotion was telling the White House what they wanted to hear.
All right. He is Michael Rubin, former Pentagon official and resident scholar at the American Enterprise Institute. Michael, thanks as always for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
This is the morning show more Chicago radio listeners are choosing. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Obama in Laos. He has spoken.
Says we're fat and lazy.
Oh, I'll let him see what fat and lazy looks like. Dan and Amy. But first, here's your forecast. Some morning showers we have to plow our way through before we get to some clouds and some sun by this afternoon. Another day of heat and humidity, highs in the mid to upper 80s. And then for Friday, it's going to be cloudy with a thunderstorm in the afternoon, a high of 80 degrees. Slick roadways means high travel times. Let's get the latest from Jim Telemonte.
That's right, Amy. We're seeing delays in Park Ridge, Toohey, and Talcott. The lights are out there affecting the signals. I-57, really a mess again this morning. It's 50 minutes from I-80 to the Ryan. Bishop Ford, 45 minutes. And then the Ryan is running 25 minutes from 95th to downtown. The Edens, 21 minutes. Lake Cook to the Junction, outbound 19. The Kennedy, 23 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound 29. The Eisenhower, 47 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 40. Northbound I-55, delays start at 126. That's an hour and 5 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 40 minutes. Northbound Tri-State slow from the Stevenson to 31st and the Reagan Tollway to the Eisenhower. Adams Tollway heavy. Elmhurst Road to the River Road Toll and the Reagan Tollway from 83 to the Ike. That's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
Hey, get out and have some fun. Visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com for a fun night out on the town. Grab your Sweet Caroline and make a date to listen to your favorite music. Direct from Branson, Missouri is Denny Diamond and the Jewels. Now they feature the music of course, of Neil Diamond. Normally $76 for lunch and a show for two. It's only $39 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Or head downtown for some laughs. $22, that's it. We'll get you a pair of tickets to Comedy Sports Chicago. And that's a unique blend of fast and funny improv comedy that's appropriate for all ages. This Laugh Out Loud show features two improv teams that, play games on stage with a referee. And you, the audience, is in on it for a laugh out loud good time. And if you want to get out of town, escape to Wisconsin, find certificates for the Schuster Mansion Bed and Breakfast in Milwaukee or the Door County White Lace Inn. So check in every week for fun and adventure with family and friends, only at ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
I've been taking the Balance of Nature fruits and veggie capsules for many years. What hooked me was something I wasn't expecting. I was playing golf with one of my friends, and midway through the round, he looks over at me and says, "What's going on here? You're killing me. Did you get new clubs or something?" It dawned on me that the only thing I'm doing different is taking Balance of Nature. I've been a 15 handicap golfer for a long time. 3 months after I started taking the fruits and veggies, I started dropping strokes off my handicap. Even my sons noticed I was playing better. I told them, when I started getting enough fruits and veggies in my diet, I felt better. Better concentration, better swing. When you feel better, you play better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com.
Use promo code CHICAGO.
Signature Bank is Chicago's fastest growing, independently owned business bank. Signature Bank listens to your story, learns about your business, and sticks with their customers. I'm Dan Proft, and I know this because Signature Bank is my business bank.
I'm Kevin Bastuga, co-founder of Signature Bank. As native Chicagoans, my partners and I know this city, its economy, and the challenges that small businesses face. We like to think of Signature Bank as your hometown bank. Chicagoans helping Chicagoans. We understand that banking is ultimately about people, and we build long-term, lasting relationships with our customers. We stand by our customers, and our customers stand by us, and we welcome new customers every day. We look forward to welcoming you and your business into the Signature Bank family.
Signature Bank is looking for their next success story. Learn more about turning your business vision into reality. Visit signature-bank.com. Signature Bank, helping local businesses succeed. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
AM 560, The Answer. See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Dan and Amy, hey, you fat, lazy mopes out there, President Obama's upset with you. You're disappointing President Obama. Why do you have to go and do that? All he's done for you and the little he asks, and you disappoint him.
He has lost about 10 pounds while being in office. I mean, that's a course of over 8 years, but now he's calling us fat and lazy?
Yeah. So
Republicans, is he calling fat and lazy, or just Americans as
I mean, people who aren't him don't agree with him. So, for example, this is in Laos, so on foreign soil.
Laos.
If you're in the United States, sometimes you can feel lazy and think, we're so big, we don't have to really know anything about other people. Yeah, you ignoramuses. Lazy, ignorant Americans don't care about other people because you're so big and fat and lazy.
Yeah, go get a passport and travel. Yeah.
And
But you're so fat, you can't get off the couch.
And if if you can muster the energy to listen to the rest of what the president has to say, he's specific about your laziness. Yeah, I'm talking to you. Are you listening? Yeah, you. So he's talking to you. Usually when you see the environment destroyed, here we go.
Yeah.
It's not because it's necessary for development. It's usually because we're being lazy and we're not being as creative as we could be about how to do it in a smarter, more sustainable way. The United States is and can be a great force for good in the world, but because we're such a big country, we haven't always had to know about other parts of the world. If you're in the United States, sometimes you can feel lazy and think we're so big we don't have to really know anything about other people. And it's nice to be denigrated from afar from the President of the United States. So, shape up out there. I mean, figuratively and literally, intellectually, stop being so intellectually lazy and upsetting the president. Also, literally, second set of issues, he's got a lot of problems with you people out there. It's a Festivus. Second set of issues have to do with actual prosperity, and that is as people get wealthier, they start to get fatter.
Oh, really?
Start to get more diseases associated with modern life, lack of exercise, processed foods,
Gout.
so forth. Don't worry, you gout.
Well, that's a rich man's disease, right?
Michelle Obama
Too much
is
rich meat.
Michelle Obama's on the case, though, so don't worry about it. One of the things that she's going to do post presidency, she's really going to continue to focus her efforts in
the
this
Let's
space.
Move.
Yeah,
The Let's Move campaign.
She's I don't know. She's
Or
gonna,
Girls' Education Matters. Which one?
She's going to go on Ellen and dance and stuff.
Okay.
Yeah, so that'll be great. So yeah, you fat, lazy, disgusting Americans out there.
He didn't say disgusting.
No, it's implied.
Yeah.
Oh, by the way, here's something else. And again, I assume that this is the problem of fat, lazy Americans. President Obama, the first president to not see a single year of 3% GDP growth. And at present, only 1 in 6 working age males has a job in America. I'm sorry, only 1 in 6 working age males does not have a job in America. 1 in 6, which is like depression numbers.
So 1 out of every 6 men have
working
a job.
age men.
All right.
1 out of 6 working age men do not have a job.
Okay.
Yeah, in the 60s, it was nearly 100% of men between the ages of 25 and 54 worked. That's fallen over the decades, culminating with the Obama regime. In a recent report by his Council of Economic Advisors, 83% of men in the prime working ages of 25 and 54 who were not in the labor force had not worked in the previous year. So essentially, 10 million working age men are missing from the workforce.
Well, it's because they don't have to work, because it's the wussification of America. Ever since Obamacare passed, and you could be on your parents' health care, and you can even be married and be on their health care, by the way. People don't know that until you're 26 years old. I mean, really, do I need to get off the couch? Is there any motivation for me to get a job?
Well,
for self-sufficiency,
He doesn't care. The more dependents, the more Democrats. I mean, that's how you convert people to being a Democrat voter. You make them dependent on the state. So, I mean, he complains about you fat, lazy, Krispy Kreme eating folks on the couches
Video gaming, playing, Pokemon going.
Environment destroying. But in point of fact, he's relying on you to prop up the Democrat Party.
Listen to Dan and Amy on your smartphone. Download the AM560 mobile app today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
This is an alert. If your business or church is building this year, you're about to pay more than you should. And this could mean thousands of dollars more for your office, retail space, church, or warehouse. A General Steel building can save you as much as half the cost and time of similar conventional construction. And we're offering rebates of up to $20,000 to help you build today. Call General Steel for free information that could save you thousands. Call 800-98-STEEL. 800-98-STEEL. That's 800-987-8335.
Mike Rowe here with a quick IAQ test from my buddy Bill.
Wait, I didn't study.
IAQ stands for Indoor Air Quality, something 1 hour excels at.
Well, I aced my SATs, so...
Yes or no? Do you breathe inside your home?
Yeah.
And what do you breathe?
Air.
And what's in that air?
Air?
Sorry, we were looking for dust mites, household pollutants, even formaldehyde.
Wait, I need to move.
Or you could call 1 hour and improve your IAQ.
That sounds smarter.
Let's see how you do with the disclaimer.
Each independent franchise is licensed in its respective state or county.
Not bad.
A couple years ago, I had a severe accident which disabled my right hand and caused chronic pain and complete suffering. It took many years before really we figured out exactly what it was or how to treat it. My whole goal was I did not want to be on high levels of pain medicine. After some time, I went to see Dr. Kenneth Candido to try to figure out the source of the pain and a solution and how to solve it. He listens. I'm going to cry because it's so real. I've been through so much, and he wants to help his patients, and he's there for me whenever I need him.
This is Ken Candido of Chicago Anesthesia Pain Specialists. I have a simple message for you. If you or someone you love or someone you know has chronic pain, contact us. Treating chronic pain issues is what we do. We can make it better. Get an appointment and let's talk. MyPainChicago.com, MyPainChicago.com. All the info is available at MyPainChicago.com. Let's make you pain-free.
AM 560, The Answer.
All right, CUDA coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Remembering Phyllis Schlafly with Eagle Forum President Ed Martin, who will also preview the book they did together, The Conservative Case for Donald Trump. That's at 6:36.
And then after that, Phyllis would be rolling over in her grave when she hears this story. A mom and daughter get married. Yeah. But first, let's go into the newsroom. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, both presidential candidates, made their case as to why they should be commander-in-chief. In a New York forum, Donald Trump said his business background and world travels qualify him for the job, arguing as well that American generals have been reduced to rubble in the Obama administration.
I think under the leadership of Barack Obama and Hillary Clinton, the generals have been reduced to rubble.
Clinton then cited her steadiness and strength as key requirements for a president.
The last thing we need to do is to play into the hands of ISIS, going after American Muslims, defaming a Gold Star family, the family of Captain Khan, making it more difficult for us to have a coalition with Muslim-majority nations.
And we tried to have
an agreement. That is not going to help us.
The forum put together by NBC and MSNBC. Supreme Court Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg says she hopes cooler heads will prevail in the U.S. Senate over the vacancy on the High Court. Ginsburg saying yesterday the Senate does not have to confirm Merrick Garland. but does have an obligation to at least consider the nominee. Ginsburg made her comments at the Georgetown Law Center yesterday. Wayne, Michigan police say a man and woman were killed when their truck was struck by an Amtrak train. Investigators say the driver went around lowered crossing gates. The train headed to Pontiac from Chicago was delayed for about 3 hours. Right now, there are no reports of crew members or passengers being hurt. Under a plan unveiled by Alderman Wednesday, Chicago police could soon be equipped with a special kind of battlefield gauze designed to quickly stop wounds from bleeding. The quick clot gauze is used often on the battlefield, and 2 Chicago police officers successfully used it this summer on a man's gunshot wound. Playoff baseball fever is gripping the city of Chicago. As of yesterday, Cub fans are able to register for single-game postseason games at Wrigley Field. The registration window is open until September 21st at noon. Milwaukee did beat the Cubs yesterday 2-1, while the White Sox topped Detroit 7-4. The news service of Subway. Try a hot, delicious Subway breakfast sandwich built just the way you want it, like egg whites and cheese with tomato and fresh spinach on toasted flatbread. Customize it with your choice of cheese, fresh veggies, Black Forest ham or steak, even jalapenos. The Subway sandwich shop, fresh, is what we do. 6:35 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Sean Hannity steps up again this election year.
For you biased, liberal, phony hypocrites at the New York Times, the Washington Post,
ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, and MSNBC.
Once again, like I did in 2007 and 2008, I'll do your job for you because you people are lazy, you're thoughtless, you're a bunch of sheep. Just the bottom line. And that's how I really feel.
The Sean Hannity Show. Afternoons at 2, right before Joe Walsh at 5 on AM 560. The Answer.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors, so now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro Painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro Painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA, or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
6:36. Let's get an update on the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Inbound Eden's delay started Church Street. It's 30 minutes. Lake Hook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, 40 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 21 from Montrose, 8 on the Express, and outbound 40 minutes to the airport. The Eisenhower, 53 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound 47. The Stevenson is an hour and 20 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 42 minutes. The Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to downtown, I-57. 50 minutes. I-80 to the Merge, Bishop Ford, 43. Northbound Tri-States, though, Cicero to 31st. From the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, Stop and Go, Elmhurst Road to the Kennedy. Traffic service of Napa Auto Parts. This month, participating Napa Auto Parts stores have Carlisle tools on sale, up to 50% off. They're high-quality tools designed by technicians for technicians, giving you the confidence to keep your ride running longer, stronger, job after job. That's Napa know-how. Some exclusions apply. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. A morning shower in spots. Otherwise, clouds will break, warm and humid. Not as warm as yesterday. High 85 and a low of 65 overnight. Currently, we have light rain in 72 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 7. Chicago's Morning Answer. Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Tasty Catering. Get top-tier catering for a budget-friendly price. Plan your party now at tastycatering.com.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. I just wanted to make a note. Sad news that Mike Scott reported earlier, the passing of Johann Botha, the great tenor. I saw him last year at the Lyric Opera in the title role of Tannhauser.
Really?
And he was outstanding. So, only 51 years old.
Well, did he have...
apparently he's suffering from cancer.
Oh.
Yeah, so sad news. Great artist. I want to talk about this. Part of the discussion against Trump is this idea that, a bunch of slack-jawed yokels supporting Trump, and that's about it. And that narrative continues, even though we've discussed at length and given myriad examples of the cross-section of people that are supporting Trump. It's a psychographic, not a demographic. And that's something that escapes the comprehension of, say, a Chuck Todd from Meet the Press.
You mean the Chucksters? That's what
as he's referred to by nobody.
No, but Rush Limbaugh calls him the Chuckster. Chuck Todd over there.
He is a cute little simp, isn't he?
Go ahead, this anti-intellectualism.
Well,
and that is what's taken over the party. This sort of it's almost as, there's almost a disdain with some in Trump world. They're like, yeah, okay, so the college-educated crowd isn't for it. There's almost a disdain that they're embracing about this. But it is hurting the party. Well, it is going to hurt the party down the road.
Yeah, I love when a Democrat like Chuck Todd worries about the future of the Republican Party. It's so edifying. Here's the funny thing about Chuck Todd in terms of the college-educated, the disdain for the college-educated, allegedly, which is not true, by the way. And that's a complete misunderstanding of what's happening. It's a rejection of elitists, regardless of their educational pedigree, and those who think that they should exercise dominion over the lives of others. That's what's actually happening, the ruling class that Angelo Codevilla wrote about half a decade ago. But the interesting thing about Chuck Todd, for all of his pseudo-intellectual bravado, he's not a college graduate.
Oh, really?
Yeah. So you'd think he'd have a little bit more kinship, if you will, with others who've achieved despite not having a baccalaureate degree. We'll get back to that, but I want to turn our attention now with the passing of Phyllis Schlafly over the weekend on Sunday, with a great feminist heroes, real feminist, I would say, heroines of the conservative movement. And she was just about to embark on a book tour. Her final book, as it turns out, will be The Conservative Case for Donald Trump, which was co-authored by Ed Martin, who is the Eagle Forum, the organization that she founded, Eagle Forum president. And Ed Martin joins us now. Ed, thanks for being with us. Appreciate it.
Oh, Dan and Amy, thank you for having me on. It's a sort of a bittersweet week for us, but I'm also always grateful to talk about Phyllis and her work.
And I understand that, and sorry for the loss of your leader there and friend, colleague. You also saw an email from you this morning that the funeral arrangements have been announced. Do you want to detail those?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks very much. Yeah, in fact, I just looked in the website, too, which are the funeral home. I should have included the link. People can go on that maybe can't come down. But tomorrow, Friday, from 3 in the afternoon until 8, the family will have visitation at the Kriegshauser Funeral Home in west of St. Louis. And then on Saturday, in a wonderful tribute, I suppose, the interest in coming to the funeral mass was big enough that we moved from her parish church to the Cathedral Basilica in St. Louis, and that's at 2 p.m. in St. Louis on Saturday, the 10th of September. And then for celebration, maybe a little bit more of a memorial celebration that will include speakers and some of our we'll put some pictures and things together on the 17th of September in St. Louis. At 10 a.m. we'll have a big memorial celebration, which is during our Eagle Council, which is Phyllis. Since 1971 or 2, she's been calling together her Eagles for an annual meeting, and this will be a bittersweet event too. And then probably in a few months we'll be in D.C. and have another event for her. So there's a lot of people who want to celebrate her life, and I think what she would want. I'll tell you the story. After she passed on Monday, one of her sons, Bruce, called me and he said, Mother's gone, Ed. And I said, oh, and he said, now have a good cry. I'll give you 10 minutes or so, and then get on the plane and go to New York and sell the book.
Yeah, there you go.
And he said that's what Mother would want, and I think he's right.
Well, obviously, I mean, 92 years old, and she was working right up until the end, obviously, with the authoring of this book with you and other colleagues, as well as getting ready to go on this tour that you're now on. And she always was full of verve and spirit, and no less in this presidential campaign, where she was an early supporter of Trump, even to the kind of confrontation with colleagues on the topic, Trump versus Cruz, particularly when the race crystallized to that choice. And thus the culmination of that, the book, The Conservative Case for Trump. So make the conservative case for Trump, a case that Phyllis Schlafly was making early in the primary.
Yeah, Dan and Amy, I've been doing a bunch of media, and I was telling someone I had my staff, Phyllis's staff, compiled a number of times she wrote about Trump and the issues over the last year, and it's about 60 times. Phyllis Schlafly, when history is written, she'll be known for lots of her leadership attributes, but one of the things that she prided herself on was being a writer. And so when I say she wrote 60 times, that's probably 10 or so columns, weekly columns that touched on Trump or issues, and a few of her monthly PS reports, but also she did 20 or 21 3-minute commentaries every month, daily, except Saturdays and Sundays. And so there's a lot of writing. So the quick case for Trump, if you look at the book, it's 10 chapters. The first chapter is on immigration. The second chapter is on trade. It's a surprise sometimes to people that are conservatives that there is a chapter on judges, and that because of pro-life and the Supreme Court, there's a chapter on military superiority. The first two chapters are in order, priority, because Phyllis felt, and the book argues, that we are at a turning point for America. If we don't get the immigration question resolved, if we don't get the trade deals resolved, we're transforming the country in a way that we will have a hard time ever recovering from. So, Trump is a conservative in a lot of ways. Political correctness, Phyllis felt like he was one of the great people she'd ever seen at not falling for the media's tricks on political correctness. So but on those two starting point issues, like she told me once, Reagan was a guy who she knew could beat the Soviets. She wasn't sure on some of the other issues because he'd had a checkered past. With Trump, she knew that on those key issues, immigration and trade, he truly is a conservative that puts Americans first.
Was Phyllis ever concerned about Donald Trump's heated rhetoric and some of his, knee-jerk reactions to certain events? Did she ever mention that to you?
Yes. I mean, I think it's fair to say that Phyllis Schlafly's style is in sharp contrast to Trump. Now, she, one time she was debating a feminist, and they said, I'd like to burn you at the stake. And, of course, most people would get their hackles up, and Phyllis's response was classic. It was, I'm paraphrasing it, but it was something like, that just goes to show that, you feminists have no way to argue. You just want to get personal. So there's no doubt. I mean, sometimes Mr. Trump, I think Phyllis would have, kind of bristled a little bit. On the other hand, she was an astute student of politics, and she recognized that some of the showmanship is, it fits the moment. I mean, she never said this, but I will. It's a coarse time in American life, in culture, and some of what Trump is doing is attracting and acting in a time that's very different. So it certainly made her nervous. She also knew, though, politics is a lot of stagecraft, and she sort of took it with a grain of salt.
Well, it's interesting, the Reagan comparison, too, and the full reversals on certain issues that Reagan made and that Trump has certainly made. And I suppose that's the context that Phyllis looked at that, right, is that, you have to treat this with some suspicion, but if he is who he says he is today, and there's reason to believe it, and he'll act in furtherance of it aggressively, then you have to roll the dice. But it's interesting that she made the choice with him in the primary when she had 16 other options. And so just to kind of give us a look back of that analysis, because that analysis was controversial.
Yeah, that's right. Well, and I'll tell you another story that your listeners may enjoy because it's so interesting. When Phyllis, you're right about Reagan. When Phyllis, Reagan had signed a terrible abortion bill, pro-abortion bill as governor in the 60s. And actually one of the things he signed was the worst no-fault divorce bill ever. And so there was a lot of conservatives that were nervous about him. On the other hand, they saw this strong leader. Well, Phyllis, when she met with him before she endorsed him with Reagan, she asked him to do one thing. And it wasn't judges, it wasn't Department of Education. It was don't appoint Henry Kissinger to any role ever, because she felt like Kissinger had led this sort of American second movement. And when she met with Trump, she only met him once. We met with Trump. She talked about two things, and I was in the room. One is she handed him a copy of her platform, and from 2012, and she said, "I've worked my whole life to make this conservative and strong. I need your help to keep it that way." And we talked about it for about 10 minutes, and he said he would, and it was a conversation. But the second question Phyllis said, it was after Scalia had died, and she said, Mr. Trump, I really need you to appoint justices like Scalia. This is a really important time. And he said, I will, Phyllis. And so I think that was
interesting comparison. Yeah.
Did she hand him over any names of any certain judges that she would like to be appointed?
Say that again.
Did she give Donald Trump any names of Supreme Court justice possibilities?
No, she didn't. I mean, there's a judge in St. Louis that we know here is on the appellate court, Ray Grunder, who was on that list subsequently. And I think we talked about him, at least maybe to Trump's people, but I don't think she didn't get down into the recommending judges specifically. That didn't really come up with him. And it's kind of not her style. She would be more interested in influencing the kind of caliber of people. And it was interesting.
Well, he is Ed Martin. He's the president of Eagle Forum. He wrote the book along with Phyllis Schlafly, the dearly departed, The Conservative Case for Trump. Ed, I hope the book does as well as A Choice Not an Echo did.
Yeah, that's nice of you to say. I will tell you a quick story. I know we're finishing. The book started to trend up on Amazon, the new book, The Case for Trump, and it pulled up with it the updated version of A Choice Not an Echo. I think people really are interested. Phyllis's long career in writing on the challenge between the sort of globalist and the American people, and it's an interesting read also. So thank you. Yeah,
absolutely.
We're optimistic.
And a lot of what Phyllis predicted would happen culturally has come to pass. So she was prescient. Ed Martin, thanks so much for joining us. Good luck with the book. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you. And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
The stories you need to know to start your day. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Phyllis was clairvoyant. The next story will prove it. A mother marries her daughter after one time marrying her son. Not a soap opera script or a horror film. It's real life. And your real life forecast, we're going to have some morning showers. Otherwise, it's going to be mostly cloudy, warm, humid, a high of 85 degrees. And for Friday, it's going to be cloudy with a thunderstorm late in the afternoon, a high of 80. High travel times because of all these slick roads. Let's get the answer from Jim Telemonte.
That's pretty rough sledding. Amy and Dan, good morning. The Edens is 30 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 21. The Kennedy, now 52 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 26 from Montrose and 15 on the Express. Outbound 48 to the airport. The Eisenhower, 1 hour. Thorndale to the post office, outbound 48 minutes. The Stevenson is an hour and 25 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, an hour from the Tri-State. Outbound 45 minutes to 355. The Ryan, 25 minutes. 95th to the Loop. I-57, 53 minutes. I-80 to the Merge. Bishop Ford, 43. Northbound Tri-State, slow Cicero to 31st. Head from the Reagan Tollway to North Avenue. Adams Tollway, slow Elmhurst. River Road Toll, the Reagan Tollway getting heavier. The Fox River to 59. 355 to Highland. And 83 to the Ike. Veterans Memorial, slow Boughton most of the way to St. Charles. Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I'm Lou Dobbs. Starbucks has cast its vote in the presidential election. Blue Cross of Illinois offering buyouts to older workers. Volkswagen teaming up with China. Those stories next.
Bill Bennett here to tell you about Augusta Precious Metals. The stock market crash of 2008 wiped out as much as 50% of IRA or 401k accounts. Can you afford to lose again if the next crash comes? What if you could store your IRA or 401k where you can see, touch, and hold it in your hands? Well, with the Augusta Gold and Silver IRA, you can transfer retirement savings into physical coins and store them where you can actually hold them in your hands, where you can get your gold fast in a disaster. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993 and receive a free gold and silver IRA guide. There is no obligation. It's rated A+ with the Better Business Bureau. Augusta Precious Metals enjoys a 98% 5-star customer satisfaction rating with TrustLink.org. Trust Augusta. Call Augusta Precious Metals today at 855-222-6993. That's 855-222-6993. 855-222-6993.
As you reach for your coffee this morning, Starbucks is joining the 2016 presidential campaign. CEO Howard Schultz, who's backing Hillary Clinton, says he'll be using coffee cups and the Starbucks app to counter what he calls bigotry and hate in this year's campaign. No word yet on how Trump supporters will react. Volkswagen is forming a joint venture with a car maker in China to develop new emission-free electric vehicles, promising 30 models over the next 10 years. Economic reports due out today include a report on jobless claims during the past week, and the parent company of Blue Cross Blue Shield offering buyouts to employees over 50 years of age in 5 states after big financial losses last year. Please join me for Lou Dobbs tonight, 7 and 11 Eastern on the Fox Business Network. This is the Lou Dobbs Financial Report.
Yeah, a little bit of breaking sports news. Tim Tebow has been signed to a minor league baseball contract by the New York Mets.
Nice.
How about that?
New career for him. Good luck.
Regular Deion Sanders minus the talent. What's your caliber? You've heard about Black Rhino holsters for concealed carry, range practice, or competitive shooting. When you see how comfortable and safe they are, you'll want one for all of your firearms. They're handcrafted in Illinois by veterans using 100% virgin Kydex and American-made fasteners. From precision fit and finish to secure retention and quick draw, a Black Rhino is the finest affordable holster. With a lifetime material warranty and workmanship guarantee, Black Rhino has tactical carrier and concealed carry systems for every caliber. You and your firearm deserve a Black Rhino. The Second Amendment protects our right to bear arms, and Black Rhino protects those arms. Black Rhino Concealment, we hold your caliber against you. I love that tagline. Visit blackrhinoconcealment.com or call 847-783-6499 for showroom info. Use the promo code AM560 for a 10% discount on your first order. Again, the number 847-783-6499. or the website blackrhinoconcealment.com.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313, 800-983-5313, wallandassociates.net.
Not available in all states. Whoa, what do you have there?
It's a Reese and Irvy's frozen yogurt. We just had our robot make one.
A robot made your frozen yogurt?
Yes, from Reese and Irvy's, the world's first fully interactive robot vending machine that serves 9 flavors of delicious yogurt with 6 amazing toppings. And it's available for an exclusive franchise opportunity.
Wait, you mean I can own my own frozen yogurt robots?
And make money at the same time. These robots are the future of frozen yogurt franchising. They can be placed almost anywhere and operate 24/7. Malls, theme parks, grocery stores, you name it.
A robot that serves frozen yogurt. That's revolutionary.
Exactly. Reese and Irvy's Froyo robots are taking the market by storm. No more messy yogurt bars, long lines, or do-it-yourself machines. Just delicious frozen yogurt in 60 seconds or less. Anytime, anywhere.
How do I get my own Reese and Irvy's robots?
It's easy, but you better act now. Locations and machines are going fast. Just go to froyofranchising.com and enter promo code 1313. That's froyofranchising.com, promo code 1313.
No one likes being stuck in traffic. It's the same gut-wrenching feeling you have when you're stuck with your company's health insurance plan. Like most employees, you worry about paying too much for health benefits and prescriptions. Unfortunately, you probably are. But the good news is you don't have to. I'm Jim Lorenz from Clear Insight, and I have helpful solutions to lower your costs and improve your employee benefit package. Don't change the prescription drug, change where you buy it. I will give you a tool that will provide the cost of your drugs at the pharmacies near you. You'll seek out a gas station just to save 10 cents a gallon. So why don't you do the same with your health insurance and prescription drug benefits that could save you hundreds? I apply the same concepts to your health benefits. With plan design and simple technology, we're able to grant the rewards that help keep that copay in your pocket. Our next workshop is coming up Friday, September 30th at the Dunham Woods Riding Club. This is a perfect opportunity to learn what we do and how to save your company and your employees money. For more information about our upcoming events, go to clearinsightbenefits.com.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
I never thought anyone could make me long for Candy Crowley, but Matt Lauer did it. We'll talk about the answers from the two prospective commanders-in-chief with Sebastian Gorka at 7:07.
And later, why a man chose prison over his wife. But first, into the newsroom, here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan Alderman want 1,000 new police officers. A teachers' strike in Chicago given another green light. White Sox surge past the Tigers with a 4-run eighth inning. WIND Chicago News Time is 7 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. President Obama again says Donald Trump is not qualified to take over as president next year.
And every time he speaks, that opinion is confirmed.
That's as the president wrapped up an Asian trip. He's now headed back home. Trump took a swipe at the president last night at an NBC News forum, taking the stage right after Hillary Clinton. Fox's Rachel Sutherland is live in Washington.
Dave, the Republican said when you compare President Obama to Russia's president, Vladimir Putin comes out on top.
In that system, he's been a leader far more than our president has been a leader.
Clinton won a coin toss and went first and headlong into tough questions about her email scandal.
There were no headers. There was no statement, top secret, secret, or confidential.
Meanwhile, Trump remained elusive on his plan to defeat ISIS.
I don't want to broadcast to the enemy exactly what my plan is.
The candidate forum came less than 3 weeks from the first of 3 presidential debates. Dave.
Now, Rachel, Russia is taking the lead, trying to restart stalled Middle East peace talks. Fox's Jessica Gallagher is live in Jerusalem.
Dave, Israeli and Palestinian leaders have agreed to meet in Russia for talks. According to Russian Foreign Ministry spokeswoman Maria Zakharova, it's unclear when the discussions in Moscow will happen. And the most important thing is to pick the right timing. Palestinian President Mahmoud Abbas says he'll meet Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu only if Israel freezes settlement construction on occupied lands. Dave.
Jessica, an accused terrorist, keeps giving the French the silent treatment. Salah Abdeslam, the only surviving suspect from November's attack in Paris that killed 130 people, refused today to talk to a judge for a third time. And more cars are being recalled. Mazda needs to fix 759,000 vehicles in the U.S. because rear hatches can fall on people, causing injury. These are some Mazda 3 cars, Mazda 5 vans, and some CX-5 and CX-3 SUVs. Fox News Radio, fair and balanced.
Light rain showers across the area, 73 degrees, 7:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Wayne, Michigan police continue investigating an Amtrak train collision this morning where a man and woman were killed. Their truck was struck by the Amtrak train traveling to Pontiac, Michigan from Chicago. The train was delayed for about 3.5 hours. Right now, it appears that no crew members or passengers were injured. Another defendant pleading guilty to last year's plot to kidnap and terrorize 2 New York college students from Chicago. Samantha Hughes is the third of 9 tied to the plot to plead guilty. Last December, the victims from Chicago were found held off campus 1 day after they were reported missing. SWAT units were needed to rescue the pair. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates has decided union members will vote later this month on a strike authorization President Karen Lewis says union leadership will listen to what the members have to say at that time. A reputed Chicago gang member who targeted rivals but ended up killing 2 teen bystanders and wounding 5 others at a crowded fast food restaurant has been found guilty of first-degree murder. Arthur Cheney was found guilty Wednesday in the death of 17-year-old Danterell Brown and the death of 16-year-old Joanne Ross. A Florida man impersonating U.S. Senator Dick Durbin faces 3 years behind bars after pleading guilty this week. 67-year-old Sidney Hines apparently told creditors he was the 4-term Illinois senator when they hounded him to pay off his home loan. And parents and teachers at Indian Prairie School District 204 are looking for some relief from this week's heat. The district does not have air conditioners in most elementary school classrooms. It's been a big problem with the recent heat wave. Indian Prairie Education Association President Paul Gamboa toured the elementary schools this week and heard complaints from teachers and the kids. White Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee topped the Cubs 2-1. And the Bears have locked up right guard Kyle Long to a 4-year contract extension. The news service of Accountemps business needs change day to day. That's why at Accountemps, you can rely on their flexible staffing solutions to provide temporary accounting and finance professionals whenever you need them and an extra hand. Call today. Visit Accountemps.com. Accountemps, a Robert Half company. 7:04 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
The clock is ticking. The most important political event of the year comes to Chicago on October 29th. It's Freedom Summit 2016, featuring Lieutenant Colonel Alan West, Michelle Malkin, AM 560's Mike Gallagher, Dan Proft, Amy Jacobson, and Joe Walsh. And just added, Dr. Sebastian Gorka, author of Defeating Jihad. Tickets start at just $39 and are available at freedomsummitchicago.com. That's freedomsummitchicago.com. Sponsored in part by Dr. Amy and Associates, the Federal Savings Bank, and by Combined Sales.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson, candidate for President of the United States, and I approve this message. If a Democrat is elected president, if a Republican is elected president, in 4 years we will still be at war. America will be 4 years deeper in debt. We will have 4 more years of rising taxes, bigger government, crony capitalism instead of free markets, and less freedom. How do we know this? Because that's what both parties keep delivering. If you're an optimist, you know that one day America will have its act together. One day we won't be at war. One day taxes will be fair. One day our social and economic challenges will be conquered, not by force, but by cooperation and mutual respect. To the independent majority of Americans who feel as I do, I say, why wait one more day?
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
7:06. Let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. Eastbound Eden Spur, heavy past Waukegan Road, and there are delays from Gulf to the Junction. 35 minutes, Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy is 52 minutes, O'Hare to downtown, outbound 48. The Eisenhower, an hour and 20 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, an hour from Manheim, outbound an hour to Thorndale. Stevenson, inbound delays start at 1:26, then it's an hour and 25 minutes, 3:55 for Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. The Ryan, 27 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound 21 with a crash on the ramp to the outbound Stevenson. I-57, 53 minutes, I-80 to the Merge Bishop Ford, 45. Southbound Lakeshore Drive, it's knotted up from Montrose to Fullerton and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson, tollways are all heavy. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte at AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here's our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
Today, a shower in spots for the morning. Otherwise, it will be warm and humid with clouds giving way to some sun. High 85. Tonight, partly cloudy, low 65. A shower or thunderstorm in spots late in the afternoon. Tomorrow, high 80. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
72, light rain at O'Hare. Next news at 7:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by MJ Miller & Company Jewelers. All that glitters is gold at MJ Miller Jewelers in downtown Barrington.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I communicated about classified material on a wholly separate system. I took it very seriously.
Here she is, Clinton. See, that's her signature, Clinton, with the C in bracket right there. So it's absolutely incredible for Clinton to lie. She is lying.
Hillary Clinton has taught us, really, how vulnerable we are in cyber hacking. That's probably the only thing that we've learned from Hillary Clinton.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. And you heard the clip there at the top. Julian Assange, who was on with Hannity the other night, the WikiLeaks dude. And let's be clear about Julian Assange. He's not a guy with a white hat on. He is not a heroic figure. He's somebody that is compromised our national security by trafficking classified information the same way a certain former Secretary of State did. So he's not an ally here. But then, nevertheless, he does have, it seems to me, evidence that proves Hillary Clinton is lying. Not that we need more evidence, but in response to what she said in the forum yesterday, in response to what she said to the FBI per the document dump on Friday, in response to what she said sitting next to that suburban dad on the download that she's running with, David Muir, ABC News, Julian Assange has documents that show all the indicators, all the headings she said she didn't see that weren't part of any email communication involving her. Assange is holding them up, and we know he's got documents that are of a classified nature from this country and saying this.
And in fact, we have already released thousands of cables by Hillary Clinton. Here she is, Clinton. See, that's her signature, Clinton, with the C in bracket right there. Wow. Thousands of examples where she herself has used this C in brackets and signed it off, and more than 22,000 times that she has received cables from others with this C in brackets. So it's absolutely incredible for Clinton to lie. She is lying.
And she just kind of rinses and repeats different lies. She's got like 3 different lies, and she just kind of runs through them until somebody exposes, reminds people, well, that's a lie because you said this previously. Then she goes to the next lie.
But she explained yesterday, too, which is something I'd never heard before about headers. That the headline, which she used the slang headers, it needs to say it's classified.
That's exactly what Assange is talking about. Here are all these documents. Look at her. Here's her signature. Here's the C on the top of it. Then she does it. But then she moves to the next lie, which is, I thought C was an alphabetical lettering of a paragraph. And as Michael Rubin from AEI made the kind of common sense point when we talked to him last hour, well, where were A and B? Right. If C was the paragraph, because normally you go in alphabetical order, you don't start with C.
When she tries to explain herself, it's just
it's
she
absurd.
Sounds like she's making more excuses, and it's uncomfortable. I mean, she was crawling out of her skin, I thought, during that town hall last night.
Yeah, she was.
A half hour was just too long.
She was so befuddled that she forgot there are 6,000 troops on the ground in Iraq, for example. Also, this interesting interview by Neil Freeman, who's the former founding producer of Firing Line. He had this is National Review Online, conversation with Angelo Codavia, who's the Boston University professor emeritus who wrote the book Ruling Class 6 years ago, in many ways predicting all that has come to pass this election cycle. And one of the things Freeman asks Codavia is, tie in, if you would, the attitudes towards Muslims and street protesters of the left. And Codavia responds, common sense recoils at the ruling class's peculiar protection of Muslims and Islam, coupled with restrictions on and denigrations of Christians and Christianity, all in the name of morality. The question imposes itself, which morality? Whose morality? For most Americans, the answer is not mine. The same goes for the ruling class's tolerance, if not promotion, of mobs who ravage cities, loot, and attack police. Common sense says, such people would do me harm if they could. Why are our rulers on the side of those who would harm us. And isn't that sort of kind of a summation of the Obama-Clinton years? Why are our rulers on the side of those who would harm us domestically as well as internationally? Well, for more assistance in trying to address that question, as well as assessing some of what was laid out by Trump and Clinton last night, we're happy to be joined again by our friend Dr. Sebastian Gorka, counterterrorism expert and the author of the book Defeating Jihad, A Winnable War. And he's also going to be at the Freedom Summit.
He's going to be the keynote breakfast speaker at Freedom Summit Chicago, which takes place on October 29th.
FreedomSummitChicago.com.
You know it.
There you go. Dr. Gorka, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
My pleasure.
So, well, let's start with Codavia's kind of rhetorical question. Why are our rulers on the side of those who would harm us? It seems to me that's part of the question that Hillary Clinton has to answer.
Yeah, don't expect an answer from her, but the professor's absolutely right. But what we have is we have a political elite in the last 7.5 years that is the product of a very specific ideology. Don't forget that Hillary Clinton interned with Saul Alinsky. She wrote her a college paper that is still, treated like top secret on Saul Alinsky. And these individuals, whether it's the president, her former Secretary of State, the National Security Advisor, Samantha Powers, Susan Rice, they all believe in one thing. If you look at the world today, if there's any problem out there, America is the cause of that problem. We are the new imperial power, and we must be taken down a peg or two because this is the answer for all the world's ills. So that's why the people who have been our friends for 50 years are treated like our enemies, and that's why the people who represent the greatest threat to America are often empowered, whether it's through the withdrawal of our troops from Iraq or whether it's the deal that gave Iran $150 billion and threshold nuclear capability. That's the upside-down world that we live in.
And Hillary Clinton last night talked about the Iranian deal that she was a part of at the beginning. And how do you see her answer to what's going on over in Iran and that with the email controversy? Do you really think she'd endanger American lives if she were to become president?
Oh, I've said so unequivocally. I said she has blood on her hands, and if she becomes the commander-in-chief, then American lives will be in danger. That is absolutely certain. It's not just her catastrophic record as a cabinet member, whether it's Syria, Libya, Iraq, Benghazi. It's also the fact that this woman, after what she did with the highest level of classified information in the United States, so TSSCI, SAP, with what she did to that information or her disregard for the secrets of this nation, she should be disqualified from running from any office. I mean, she shouldn't be allowed to run for the local county, the dog catcher, let alone the commander-in-chief. And again, she lies and she lies and she lies. But the average American knows that they can see through the lies.
What's the status of forces, in your opinion, with ISIS? We heard this week of it seems like a terrorist threat that was foiled in Paris with a car loaded with gas canisters outside the Notre Dame Cathedral there. And then there are conflicting reports in terms of territorial gains and losses, including Turkey securing its border with Syria and pushing ISIS back. Give us kind of your assessment. So what will the president on day one in January be facing in terms of the threat level ISIS presents?
Well, this is what I write about in my book, Defeating Jihad, and your listeners can actually check the report we did on my website, GorkaBriefing.com. That's THEGORKA briefing.com. We wrote a report on what ISIS is doing in America, and here's the blunt truth of the reality. Since ISIS declared the caliphate 2 years ago, end of June 2014, we have killed or arrested 108 people in America linked to ISIS. The last one just 2 weeks ago in Roanoke, Virginia. That's not 8 people, not 28 people. It's 108. If you look at the broader picture globally, there's something called the SITE Institute, excellent counterterrorism website. They've crunched the numbers on this. According to SITE, since June 2nd of this year, outside of Iraq and Syria, so outside of the actual war zone, there has been a jihadi attack somewhere in the world every 83 hours. Not 83 days, every 83 hours. The enemy is on the rise, and this administration denies that reality.
Well, Dr. Gorka, do you believe that we need boots on the ground in order to defeat ISIS?
We have to be there as trainers, as advisors, but we shouldn't be the face of this war. The face of this war should be our local Muslim allies. So it has to be the Egyptians, the Jordanians, the Emiratis. They have to come together in an alliance to crush ISIS. But that's never going to happen unless they believe we have their six and we're there for the long term. And unfortunately, having worked with our Muslim allies in the region, after the last 7.5 years, they simply do not trust Washington. And personally, I don't blame them. So the next president is going to have to do a lot of heavy lifting diplomatically to rebuild all those relations that have been burnt by the Obama White House.
And that was the note that Donald Trump struck in part in his speech yesterday morning at the Union League Club in Philadelphia, where he talked about diplomacy versus Hillary Clinton's destruction in places like Libya and Syria, as you mentioned. What was your assessment of the broad outlines that Donald Trump offered in terms of his plans to rebuild the U.S. military?
Yeah, I've told people already that yesterday the Clinton and the Trump kind of non-debate last night that was just a dog and pony show. What American voters need to do is they need to listen to or read the speech that Donald Trump gave in Philadelphia earlier, the actual national security speech. Very, very, very substantive, and it really gives you a glimpse of where he is and how he wants to protect the nation. And the details he gives in it, the number of troops we have lost with cuts, the fact that the Navy is now less than half the size in terms of ships that it was when President Reagan was the commander-in-chief. All of these details are really indicative of how dangerous the world has become and how we are in a more vulnerable position today and what he's going to do about it. So if you really want to know what you have to judge upon, the candidates, I check out the Philadelphia speech.
All right. He is Dr. Sebastian Gorka. He is the author of the book Defeating Jihad, A Winnable War. And you can see him live and in color and in 3 dimensions on October 29th at our Freedom Summit, where he'll be the breakfast keynote speaker.
Yes, and if you want tickets for that, go to freedomsummitchicago.com and join us on October 29th. Dr. Gorka, thank you so much for joining us. And he joined us on our Turnkey.Pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy using the AM560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
72 degrees right now at O'Hare, going up to a high today of 85 degrees with hot and humid conditions. Humidity is at 91% already. We're going to have some sunshine, too, by this afternoon. And then Friday, it's going to be mostly cloudy. Thunderstorms late in the afternoon, a high of 80. Let's get the latest on the roadways. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. And I-80 has delays eastbound Larkin to Richards and westbound Gallagher to Briggs. Big delays on the northbound Veterans Memorial from I-55 most of the way to St. Charles, and from the Army Trail toll to 290. Northbound Tri-State stop and go 127th to 31st. From the Reagan tollway to the Eisenhower. The Edens is 35 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 30. The Kennedy, an hour and 13 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, outbound an hour 5. The Eisenhower is an hour 20 minutes. From Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour. The Stevenson, an hour and 30 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 45 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes. 95th to downtown, outbound 16. I-57, Bishop Ford, both heavy. It's traffic on AM 560, The Answer.
You've heard me talk about how your business can profit from having an updated phone system at zero cost. The truth is, an outdated system can mean lost revenue. So why AM 560 chooses to work with Innovative Networks. They excel at providing innovative solutions to reinforce your company's phone infrastructure and enhance call flow. We appreciate how comprehensive, diligent, and cost-effective Innovative Networks was in providing network solutions that scale as our business expands. Not only can they replace your outdated phone system at no cost, Innovative Networks will provide hands-on training to maximize your capabilities. You'll save money, and be more focused on growing your business. AM 560 is thrilled with Innovative Networks, so follow our lead and call Innovative Networks at 312-889-9090. They're A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau. Call 312-889-9090 or visit go4inet.com. That's go, the number 4, INET.com.
The secret to how the rich keep getting richer is by passing down their wealth, generation to generation. If you do the same thing, you'll be leaving a legacy and be doing one of the most important things possible for the people you love. The ugly truth is, you don't have an estate plan. Everything you own, including your house, cars, investments, everything could be tied up in courts for a year or longer. It could cost your estate tens of thousands of dollars in probate and legal fees, even double government taxation. You can avoid this painful, costly mistake by contacting Tom Fortino of the Alpha Wealth Group. Tom hosts the Alpha Wealth Hour, heard Saturday mornings at 9 on AM 560, and has been a featured expert on Fox Business, Fortune, and Money Magazine. Right now, Alpha Wealth Group is offering you a free estate planning kit if you call 630-873-6326. That's 630-873-6326. 630-873-6326. Investment advisory services offered through Retirement Wealth Advisors, Inc.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
I'm telling you right now, it's awesome. I was trying to get my blood pressure regulated, okay? And after 3 days of taking this thing, my blood pressure went back down to normal. I am ecstatic. I am so happy with this stuff. It is my savior.
Well, I had back pain for the last 40 years. 4 days after I started taking this stuff, it's gone.
This was the first summer that I have not had to have a steroid shot to help me to breathe.
The reason why I'm taking it because I've got Hep C. Once I began taking your stuff, it took a few months, but believe it or not, my liver enzymes are way down and it's normal now. It works.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
This is Bob.
Hi, I'm Bob.
His company put their trust in Air Comfort to keep their business running cool all summer. Bob knows the value of proper chiller maintenance that includes end-of-season service, so he'll be ready for next summer.
I'm ready.
Dave, on the other hand, thought he could put off servicing his chiller at the end of last season and had 3 complete shutdowns this summer. Needless to say, his staff and customers were not happy. Moral of the story? Preventative maintenance will save you time, money, and trouble. As the hot weather ends, you need maintenance on your chiller before the start of next season. Air Comfort has one of the largest commercial and industrial service groups in the Chicago area, with a dedicated factory-trained chiller department that takes a scientific approach to analyzing your system and determining any needed maintenance. They know how to work on large equipment, perform an analysis of your chiller, and get you ready for next season. Call 708-345-1900 or visit aircomfort.com. Air Comfort, providing the right climate for business since 1935.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, you're disturbed by this story, and I'm not certain why. I don't understand what the problem is.
A story about, this happy couple that walked down the aisle?
Yeah.
Because moms give their daughters away all the time. You know, that happens. It's common.
Sometimes they marry them.
Sometimes they what?
They marry them.
Okay. See, incest is not best. Yes, thank you.
A woman and her daughter facing incest charges in Oklahoma after the two were legally married because the marriage has been redefined out of existence this year. Now this
wait, how are they even allowed to get married? Did they fill out the wedding certificate fraudulently? Possibly.
They're in love. That's how they were allowed to get married, and that's all that matters.
Okay, but the mother was married to her son for a few years earlier.
Yeah, I know. But
what happened? It didn't work out?
Well, don't worry about that. Sometimes the first marriage doesn't work out. Don't worry about that one. The son had that marriage annulled.
Okay.
So it's fine.
Okay, so the mom is 43. Her name's Patricia Ann, and she married her 25-year-old daughter, Misty Velvet.
It's the name of my garage band in the 80s. It was a Divinyls cover band.
What's the motivation behind the marriage? Was it really love? Oh, because it says under Oklahoma law, marrying a close relative is considered incest, whether or not a sexual relationship exists.
Yeah, I think that's the law in all 50 states, and I find that law incredibly discriminatory. What I see here is, I mean, I have no reason to believe otherwise. This is just a couple of kids in love.
According to police, officers learned about the marriage late last month amid a child welfare investigation.
What?
She's
Child welfare,
25.
She's 25 years old. And
Patricia Spam told Child Services investigators that she'd lost custody of 3 children who were adopted by their paternal grandmother but reunited with her daughter 2 years ago. And she said she thought a marriage was okay because her name wasn't on her daughter's birth certificate. Oh.
Well, I mean, the important thing is not the intellectual capacity of Misty Velvet. The important thing is that, look, you just have a happy couple, right?
How can they be happy? They're both
Wait
in
a second.
jail.
Wait a
They're
second.
being held on $10,000 bond.
It sounds like you're making a judgment.
I'm making a judgment.
Well,
this is disgusting.
Why do we get to draw the line there?
And it's illegal. And it's exactly what Phyllis warned us was going to happen.
Phyllis Schlafly, that's right. And a lot of other people who, when everybody, including a whole
Dan
host of
Proft,
conservatives, were saying, oh, don't, if you don't like gay marriage, don't get gay married, and other silly, simpleton-esque arguments that were advanced. You don't, when you erase the lines, you don't get to redraw them. And you think that you're not going to have a couple of individuals like this, or the mom who married her son in New Mexico and they're facing prison time? You don't think they're going to have this challenge? And what's Anthony Kennedy going to say in the Supreme Court? What are you going to say? The standard has been set that it's consensual adults can do whatever they want, and the only standard for marriage is set by luminaries like Mark Kirk. The only thing that matters in this world is who you love and who loves you back. So what's the problem? Why do you get to make a moral judgment here? Moral judgments are out. Everybody is living their truth, and it's all equivalent. So just get over the incest.
Hear about the big stories of the day, then talk about them right here on Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
You're listening to the actual sound of Jupiter. Its electromagnetic waves were captured by a probe and beamed roughly 365 million miles to scientists on Earth. But say those same scientists wanted to host a video conference to show off their work. They'd probably need to call IT to have them set up video and a 15-digit dial-in that might not even work. At Vonage, we think it's about time business communications caught up. See what Vonage can do for your business at Vonage.com/it'saboutTime.
Do you think identity theft is only when someone adds charges to your credit card? It's actually when someone pretends to be you to open new accounts in your name or any number of bad things. LifeLock can help. We use proprietary technology to alert you to a huge range of identity threats. And if you have a problem, we have a team of U.S.-based specialists who will work to fix it. No one can prevent all identity theft or monitor all transactions at all businesses. Membership starts at $9.99 a month, plus applicable taxes. Go to LifeLock.com and use promo code NEWS to get 10% off.
Hey, have you waited to buy a MyPillow? Well, you're in luck. When you buy one premium MyPillow, you can still get that second one for free, but also they're going to kick in 2 additional Go Anywhere MyPillows for free. So you're actually getting 2 premium and 2 Go Anywhere MyPillows for the price of 1. It's the best offer ever, and nearly every AM 560 host endorses MyPillow because it's the best. It works. I'm addicted to mine. And it's also the National Sleep Foundation's official pillow. It's washable to remove all the icky stuff that causes allergies, acne, asthma, so it's healthy and you'll sleep better. So visit MyPillow.com, click the Radio Listeners Special tab, and use the promo code Amy. 2 premium MyPillows and 2 Go Anywhere pillows for the price of 1. Or call 800-489-0201. That's 800-489-0201. Mention the Radio Listener Special and use the promo code Amy. Hey, coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Dudes who go to Brown University don't just get an Ivy League education, they get tampons. We'll discuss with Peter Wood, president of the National Association of Scholars, at 7:37.
Sounds like a plan. But now let's go into the newsroom. Here's Mike Scott.
72 degrees. We've had some light rain showers this morning, and President Obama weighing in on the election in the United States from Laos, battling back against Donald Trump's claims as well that he has been a worse leader than Russian President Vladimir Putin. Trump saying last night during the Commander-in-Chief forum today in Laos, the president saying Trump himself, in his words, is not qualified to be president.
There is this process that seems to take place over the course of the election season where somehow behavior that in normal times we would consider completely unacceptable and outrageous becomes normalized. People start thinking that we should be grading on a curve.
Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump insists he has great judgment And in the New York Forum last night says he is prepared. Meantime, Trump slammed Democratic rival Hillary Clinton for her handling of email. When she was Secretary of State, Clinton said there was never headers, indicating she was sending any classified material through her emails. Libertarian presidential candidate Gary Johnson appears to have some issues with foreign policy. In an interview this morning on MSNBC, the former New Mexico governor was asked this question by broadcaster Mike Barnicle.
What would you do if you were elected about Aleppo? About Aleppo. And what is Aleppo? You're kidding. No.
After the baffled host explained to him that Aleppo is a city in Syria at the center of a refugee crisis, then the former New Mexico governor answered. The only surviving suspect in last November's attacks on Paris set to face an anti-terror judge for interrogation. The helicopter circled over the Palace of Justice this morning as a car believed to be carrying Salah Abdel Salam arrived this morning. Abdel Salam has refused past questioning because of 24-hour video surveillance in his prison cell. Another defendant is pleading guilty to last year's plot to kidnap and terrorize two Chicago college students who were attending classes in New York. Samantha Hughes is the third of 9 people tied to the plot near Rochester to plead guilty. A reputed Chicago gang member who targeted rivals but ended up killing 2 teen bystanders and wounding 5 others at a crowded fast food restaurant have been found guilty of first-degree murder. Arthur Cheney found guilty in the deaths of 17-year-old Dantrell Brown and 16-year-old Jerron Ross. And construction of what is believed to be Chicago's third tallest building is officially underway. City officials broke ground on the 1,200-foot Vista Tower yesterday. White Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 2-1. And the news service of Napa Auto Parts. This month at participating Napa Auto Parts stores, Mobil 1 synthetic motor oil on sale for a great price, $5.79 a quart, keeping your ride running longer, stronger for less. That's Napa know-how. General States pricing. Sale prices do not include applicable state or local taxes or recycling fees. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
My America is really easy. I can sum up my America in about 9.5 seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show.
It's my life, it's my money, it's my family, it's my business. I'll be responsible for everything. Government, get the hell out of my life. 9.5 freaking seconds.
The Joe Walsh Show. Weeknights starting at 5. Right after Sean Hannity at 2 on AM 560. The Answer.
That might have been 8.5 seconds.
Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days are finally here. Find great deals on all your favorite brands. Don't miss out on their largest sale of the season at Cabela's in Hoffman Estates and Hammond.
I believe that God created music to connect our soul with heaven.
Critics are calling Hillsong Let Hope Rise a life-changing experience. An incredible film.
This is not about us. It's ultimately about God. You take him out of the equation, we've got nothing.
On September 16th.
Does everything make sense? Absolutely not. But more stuff doesn't make sense without him.
Prepare to have your heart lifted. Hillsong Let Hope Rise. Rated PG. Parental guidance suggested. In theaters September 16th.
Here's some great news. Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates can help you with your retirement game plan. You know Jack, or you should. Jack is the president and founder of Tabota & Associates. He's been helping folks just like you retire successfully for 3 decades. Jack has the insight, information, strategies, and experience you can use to build wealth and keep it. Live good. Retire well with Jack Tabota of Tabota & Associates. 630-777-7955. 630-777-7955.
7:37. Let's get a check of the roads in our AM 560 traffic center. Here is Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The inbound Edens is now 40 minutes from Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 33, and the Kennedy an hour and 45 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, an hour and 6 minutes from Montrose. Much quicker in the Express, outbound an hour and 5 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower's an hour and 22 minutes. Thorndale to the post office, outbound an hour and 3 minutes. Stevenson, an hour and 35 minutes. 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 53 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. Tri-State southbound, still Washington to Eau Plaine. Northbound jammed, 127th, 31st, and from the Reagan all the way to the Eisenhower. Veterans Memorial delays are from Archer, most of the way to St. Charles, and from the Army Trail Toll to 290. Traffic service of Subway. Try a hot, delicious Subway breakfast sandwich built just the way you want it, like egg whites and cheese with tomato and fresh spinach on toasted flatbread. Customize it with your choice: cheese, fresh veggies, Black Forest ham or steak, even jalapenos. The Subway Sandwich Shop, fresh is what they do. Traffic answers when you need them most. Jim Talamonte on AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Morning showers throughout the area. Clouds break for the afternoon. Warm and humid, high 85. A partly cloudy low, 65 overnight, 71 right now. Next news at 8. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Master Fence Rental, keeping your event or work site safe. Visit masterfencerental.com.
See Alan West and Michelle Malkin at Freedom Summit Chicago 2016. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. You know this song?
Dun, dun. It says 80s song.
Yes,
Give me
of
a
course.
second. Dun, 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 dun. Oh, come on. Help.
I'm going to say it's No More Words by Berlin.
Yeah, no more words, no more promises.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I was going to sing it.
So here's another school you can cross off the list for Peyton and Eli, Amy. It's Brown University. Obviously, you're not going to be able to send them to any Ivy League school because it's beneath them.
Yeah, I thought the story was too disgusting to discuss, Dan.
It's beneath them at an exorbitant price, but there are some benefits. Brown University is welcoming students back this year by putting free tampons in dozens of bathrooms, including those for men.
Tampons and maxi pads. Don't forget the maxi pads. Everyone forgets those little Barbie doll beds.
Thank you.
You're welcome. That's what I used to call them.
You could be a consultant to Brown and other Ivy League schools.
As somebody who had to buy products and spend tens of thousands of dollars, now they're handing it out free in men's washrooms. You don't need them in men's washrooms. They are not toys.
Yes.
And what about the candy machines in the women's washroom?
This is where you're mistaken. And let me cite Viet Ninh.
Excuse me.
Viet Ninh, right?
Vietnam?
No, this is the student body president Brown. His first name is Viet, and it's it's Nguyen. How do you say that again? Nguyen?
Sure. Yes.
Something like
that's perfect.
I'm not purposely mispronouncing.
No, I know you're not.
He said, we wanted to set a tone of trans inclusivity and not forget that they're an important part of the population. Yeah.
They don't.
Trans
even if you have
inclusivity.
the switch, even if men have the switch, they still don't have
that.
If you know what I mean. That is not humanly possible.
What if you think you're having
Menstruating
it because you can just think it and then you become it? You just think something and it happens.
You know what I would do? I'd go in and steal them out of there.
Well,
because that's what I'd feel like
maybe
doing. Maybe I'm going to borrow some.
You can return to Brown University for some advanced coursework. For more on the state of academia and whether or not we should close most of the colleges, universities in this country, we're happy to be joined again by Peter Wood. He is the president of the National Association of Scholars. Peter, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thanks for having me.
And so we do these stories routinely on this show, kind of campus watch updates, and it's just one school after the other. At North Carolina, or it was at Duke. There's a safe room for those suffering from the impact of microaggressions. At Clemson, you can't pray on campus except in designated free speech zones. You heard our little story about Brown, and it's an endless stream with very few exceptions, and most of those exceptions happen to be schools that have some kind of affiliation with Christianity. And so I just wonder, where does this train end in terms of the culture on campuses in America?
Well, the end of it appears to be that we lock each student into an identity group that has to be protected from any criticism, insult, or even mention in some cases. So we're busy taking the United States and turning it into this collection of mutually hostile subgroups. The model for it, of course, was initially black students, but it has now become a way of segregating students into identity groups that you never heard of, including the transgendered groups and so on. The terminus of it, I think, is either creating a situation where it's impossible to educate anybody, and the universities just rule themselves out of existence that way, or we get a sensible reaction to this and say, enough is enough, and we close the door to trying to teach people that college is all about claiming your identity, and rather teach them that college is about learning something real.
And I mean, just on that whole identity group issue, I mean, to the extent it's taken, when I was an undergrad at Northwestern, we had FMO, for members only, which was a black student group. You have, black fraternities and sororities. Okay, fine. But at Cal State LA campus, they're literally doing segregated housing. So it's de facto, of course, but blacks in one dorm, blacks only in one dorm. I mean, isn't this contra to the civil rights movement and the move for immigration and the and Brown v. Board and all of the decisions that were to upend de jure segregation, de jure discrimination? Now we're voluntarily going back in that direction. It's absurd.
Yes, it's a rather bizarre 180-degree turn from the desire to see people integrated into a single society to this neo-segregation in which groups are encouraged to see themselves as incapable of getting along with each other, absent separate spaces. And what happened at Cal State is just the tip of an iceberg. This is happening all over the country, where colleges are setting up segregated dorms, often on a voluntary basis, but with a lot of encouragement. I mean, there's separate student orientation, separate graduation, and to a fair degree, separate classes, and students get ghettoized into identity studies tracks. So it's happening. We are in the midst of resegregating America via college campuses.
But Mr. Wood, how did we get here? I mean, what started this all, and who came up with the safe spaces?
The safe spaces comes out of the campus feminism of a particular variety, which took the view that patriarchy is so pervasive and so destructive that women needed to be granted a space free from any taint of male domination. That idea then got taken up by others on the political left and extended into the ethnic areas. So we now find it applied, first of all, on sexual identity, and then second to the various ethnic groups that claim that they're too fragile and too prone to being oppressed to be allowed to mix freely with other people or have other people mix with them. It's connected also with the idea of cultural appropriation, which is that anybody else does what my group thinks it originated is an offense and an insult, and therefore part of safe space is being kept clear of any evidence that others are imitating your cultural practices.
In an interview that Boston University Professor Emeritus Angelo Codavia gave to National Review Online, actually conducted by the founding producer of Fireline, Neil Freeman, he was asked about kind of the rather sad state of American culture and what's the way back if there is one. And Codavia said, "I answer with an educator's prejudice. Our troubles are rooted in the progressive monopoly of the graduate schools, where the teachers of the teachers are taught. Breaking it from the top is the work of politics. Breaking it from below is happening whenever a family opts for homeschooling or community downsizes school districts or institutes charter schools." Do you agree with that assessment, and particularly breaking it from the top, the progressive monopoly in graduate schools? Is that possible?
Yes, it is. I know Angelo very well, and I respect his opinions. He's putting his finger at least on one of the major sources of this. The progressive monopoly has particular power, I would say, in schools of education, which are producing the teachers who prep the students who arrive at college to already define themselves by their grievances. So, yes, but that progressive monopoly now extends into virtually all the other disciplines as well. So it is a major source. I wouldn't say it's the only one. There's a kind of good feedback loop going on now between teaching students to define themselves by grievance and their sense of being oppressed and the politics of campus. Why is it that by far the most popular political candidate of the current presidential season was Bernie Sanders on college campuses, the man who speaks to most profoundly the I hate America, you are oppressed sensibility, is echoing it back to the students. So we're not just getting this from the intellectual elite in the graduate schools, but it's entered into the broader cultural and political discussion and is reinforcing it.
He is Peter Wood. He's president of the National Association of Scholars. You should check out the National Association of Scholars because it's one of the few groups kind of holding up the flag for real academic freedom on college campuses, the idea that college campuses truly should be free marketplaces of ideas rather than these totalitarian re-education camps. Peter Wood, thanks so much for joining us. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
It's news, opinion, insight. This is Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560. The Answer.
Coming up next, shocking news. A man chooses prison over his wife. We'll tell you why. But first, here's your forecast. Some clouds right now. Morning showers are behind us, but we should have some sunshine, little peaks of it by this afternoon. Humid, a high of 85 degrees, 72 right now at O'Hare. And then tonight, partly cloudy. And for Friday, mostly cloudy, a thunderstorm in spots in the late afternoon, a 40% chance of rain then, and a high again of 80 degrees. Let's get the travel times. Here's Jim Telemonte.
Thanks, Amy. On the inbound Kennedy, it is brutal all the way in from the airport. An hour and 45 minutes O'Hare to downtown. It's an hour and 6 minutes from Montrose, 45 minutes from the Express. Outbound, an hour and 5 minutes downtown to the airport. The Edens, 36 minutes Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Eisenhower, an hour and a half now from Thorndale to the post office. An hour 10 from Manheim, outbound an hour and 7 minutes to Thorndale. The Stevenson, an hour and 35 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 53 minutes. Ryan, 30 minutes to 95th to downtown. I-57, 50 minutes, I-80 to the merge, Bishop Ford 40. Tri-State southbound slow 21 to 137. Northbound jammed 127th, 31st. And from the Reagan tollway to the Eisenhower, the other tollways are also all very heavy. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
I have actually been on Balance of Nature for a year now. I have MS, and I recently had an MRI. This is the first year that I've had a stable MRI, so I'm thrilled. When I have an MRI with MS, usually there are glowing spots that come through, which is damage on the nerves in my brain and my spinal cord, and when they're glowing, it means they're active. And then my last MRI, they pulled it up, and I honestly couldn't believe that it was my MRI. There was nothing glowing. And in fact, the dark spots were shrinking. They were healing. And the doctor actually said to me, I think we're in remission. I was so happy. I had no idea that that could be my reality.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751. That's 800-2468-751. Or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
No matter what type of business you're in, having a strong business banking partnership can help your bottom line. I'm Jeff Boundy, president of Cornerstone National Bank and Trust Company. We strongly believe that trust, service, and relationship are the cornerstone of a successful business banking partnership. Customers like Rick Williams of Pump Supply agree.
Hi, my name is Rick Williams, owner of Pump Supply Incorporated. As a business owner, I recognize the importance of relationships. I need a bank that understands my business and is able to respond quickly and creatively to the needs of my company. Cornerstone has been a valuable business partner and has helped me grow my company and seize opportunities as I come across them. Whether it's providing a line of credit or financing the acquisition of equipment or real estate, Cornerstone has been there for me every step of the way.
Thanks, Rick. Please visit cornerstonenb.com, or I invite you to give me a call at 847-654-3000 to explore a business banking partnership.
Equal Opportunity Lender. Member FDIC.
Think Springfield in September. No, not our state capital. Schrank Smoke & Gun is offering 10% off all store-owned Springfield firearms from concealed carry to 1911s through September. With the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. Plus, Schrank's 25% off their huge knife inventory continues through September. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Schranks, celebrating 52 years this month. Worth the trip. Stop in now and save 10% on store-owned Springfield firearms and 25% off knives through September. And don't forget to stock up on cigars at Schrank's. Visit smoke.gun.org or call 847-662-4034. Schrank Smoke & Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964. That's 847-662-4034 or online at smoke.gun.org.
AM 560, The Answer.
Dan and Amy, this crime is sure to spawn copycat crimes.
Oh, you think?
A 70-year-old man named Lawrence John Ripple, charged with robbing a bank in Kansas City, Kansas. And
he's your new hero.
Well, he handed the teller a note that read,
that's-
I have a gun, give me money. So the typical demand.
Must have been so terrifying for the
Demand note.
teller.
The teller complied. And then Ripple took the money and took a seat in the bank lobby to wait for police to arrive. When they arrived, he said, yeah, I'm the guy you're looking for. I'm the bank robber.
Yeah, pick me. It's me. Here you go.
And the reason that he did that and waited for the police is because he wanted to be arrested because he wants to go to prison to get away from his wife.
Home or jail, wife or sheriff's department. That's what choice was before him. But the best part is that he couldn't stand this woman so much that he wrote the letter in front of her and told her what was happening. He said, this is what I'm doing. I'm robbing a bank to get away from you.
It's not, see, a divorce isn't good enough. What I want is an encampment with barbed wire on the walls and armed security guards to keep me away from you and you away from me. I want to be walled off permanently. But I'm going to commit a federal crime to do it.
I have to tell you a little bit of bad news. Guess what happened late yesterday?
He was released into her custody?
A U.S. magistrate, his name's Judge David Waxy, ordered the defendant to be released from jail on his own recognizance. For a bank robbery? I mean, what does a guy have to do to stay in jail? That's what he said. And they forcibly returned him to freedom. And a reporter
It's
there
just
in
going to
Kansas,
escalate. It's going to escalate the crime spree.
he could locate him for a comment on Wednesday. He didn't go home and they don't know about his whereabouts.
Don't make me do this.
Listen to podcasts of Dan and Amy from the AM 560 mobile app. Download it today at 560theanswer.com/mobile.
On AM 560 The Answer, we talk about the important issues that affect your world. Things like the economy, education, and foreign policy. There's always so much going on in the news that we don't always have the time to focus in and talk about the big ideas behind the important issues. Enter Upstream Ideas online at upstream-ideas.com. Upstream Ideas, in partnership with the Illinois Policy Institute, provides the kind of information that informs the policy discussions happening here on AM 560. At Upstream Ideas, you'll broaden the debate, move beyond partisan assumptions, and challenge accepted beliefs. Upstream Ideas goes against the current and thinks upstream. Go online now at upstream-ideas.com. That's upstream-ideas.com. You'll be armed with new information and fresh perspectives to help encourage you to make the state of Illinois and the United States of America a bit freer, a bit more just, and a bit more civilized. Upstream-ideas.com.
And now, a moment of objectivism with your Ron Brook and the Ayn Rand Institute.
Imagine the outcry if employers threatened to fire employees unless they worked weekends without pay. We would hear cries of coercion and exploitation. Yet when the government actually forces us to work without pay, not for a weekend, but for months out of each year in order to fund the welfare checks of others, this is praised as an achievement. Time is our most precious resource, and most of us invest a third or more of it into productive work so that we can support our lives and make our hopes and dreams a reality. Every penny we earn represents some irreplaceable part of our life, and every penny the government takes from us represents a moment stolen from our life. From the Ayn Rand Institute, I'm Yaron Brook.
This has been A Moment of Objectivism from the Ayn Rand Institute. To learn more, listen to The Yaron Brook Show, Saturdays at 4 on AM 560, and visit ariradio.com.
Why are Ayn Rand's ideas so compelling? Her worldview, her philosophy, expressed dramatically in her novels Atlas Shrugged and The Fountainhead, embodies the ideals stated by the Founding Fathers in the Declaration of Independence and sets forth the requirements necessary to achieve a flourishing life. She called her philosophy objectivism and said it was a philosophy for living on Earth. Today, decades after her death, objectivism continues to stir debate and inspire passion for the spirit of individualism and the enduring American dream.
Hello, everyone, and here we go again with Karen Lewis and the Chicago Teachers Union demanding more money from the Chicagoland taxpayers. Well, I say enough is enough. The teachers get paid from the property taxes that homeowners pay every year. If the teachers union gets more money, that means your property taxes are going to go higher. This is Tom Marabali, your health insurance advocate and independent representative for Blue Cross Blue Shield of Illinois and other health insurance carriers. For months now, I have been telling you about purchasing health savings account PPO plans that will cost you approximately 40% less in monthly premiums than you're currently paying now. Well, the same thing applies to the teachers union. I can show the union that they can purchase a more comprehensive health insurance plan that is in full compliance with the Affordable Care Act and will cost the taxpayers up to 40% less in monthly health insurance premiums. For more information, you can call me at 630-863-3477. That's 630-863-3477.
Don't get any ideas. Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
You know those third-party candidates everybody's fascinated with? Well, one is going to jail and the other one doesn't know where Aleppo is. So maybe not at 8:08.
But first, into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, Alderman want 1,000 new Chicago police officers. Teachers strike in Chicago given another green light. Cubs playoff ticket registration begins. Complete look at weather coming up after Fox News. WIND Chicago News Time is 8 o'clock.
Fox News Radio. I'm Dave Anthony. Russia's president is a better leader than ours. That's what Donald Trump says. And if he's elected,
I think I would have a very, very good relationship with Putin.
But President Obama shudders at the thought of that.
I don't think the guy's qualified to be president of the United States.
And the president again took shots at Trump, wrapping up a trip to Asia. Trump and Hillary Clinton were both at the same forum last night, though not at the same time. Fox's Rachel Sutherland live in Washington.
Dave, when it comes to defeating ISIS, it's still for Trump to know and the enemy to find out. He told an NBC Candidates Forum that generals serving under President Obama have been reduced to rubble and suggested there would be a shakeup if he's elected.
Well, there'd probably be different generals, to be honest with you.
Clinton was more forthright about her ISIS plan, saying we have to fight the group by air and online.
We have to defeat ISIS. That is my highest counterterrorism goal.
Clinton held firm on her stance not to send troops, ground troops, to Iraq or Syria. Dave.
Rachel Clinton also took this question from a Navy veteran.
Secretary Clinton, how can you expect those such as myself who were and are entrusted with America's most sensitive information to have any confidence in your leadership as president when you clearly corrupted our national security?
The Democrat answered that no emails sent or received by her as Secretary of State had a top secret or classified header. FBI Director James Comey has iterated and reiterated it was not a prosecutable case, though he says that Clinton was extremely careless. A Palestinian court has postponed municipal elections that were set for next month. This as Russia gets involved, trying to restart stalled Middle East peace talks, saying Israeli and Palestinian leaders have agreed in principle to meet in Moscow. He was a flash in the pan in the NFL and then flamed out. So now ex-quarterback Tim Tebow is giving baseball a try. And the New York Mets have signed Tebow to a minor league contract. Fox News Radio. Fair and balanced.
Skies are cloudy. We have 72 degrees, and there are some light rain showers across the area. 8:02 on AM 560. The Answer. Good morning. I'm Mike Scott. Another defendant pleading guilty to last year's kidnapping and terrorizing of 2 Chicago college students in the state of New York. Samantha Hughes is the third of 9 tied to that plot to plead guilty. Last December, the victims were held off campus, found one day after they were reported missing after SWAT teams were needed to rescue the pair. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates has decided union members will vote later this month on a strike authorization. President Karen Lewis said union leadership will listen to what the members have to say. An Illinois man found guilty of shooting another man in front of his family at a restaurant has been sentenced to life in prison. Will County prosecutors say 33-year-old Christopher Thompson of Joliet shot Gerardo Franchini 9 times in the head and body as he ate breakfast with his wife and 2 daughters. 2 men have been involved in an ongoing dispute. Former Chicago law clerk and current candidate for a judgeship who was fired after allegedly taking the bench to hear minor traffic cases now has a challenger. Judge Mariam Ahmad filed paperwork with the Chicago Board of Election Commissioners to wage a write-in campaign against Rhonda Crawford. Illinois Supreme Court temporarily appointed Ahmad to the bench in 2014 to fill a vacancy, and the Chicago Democratic Party says they will not take sides in that race. Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee beat the Cubs 2-1, and the Bears lock up Kyle Long for 4 more years. The news service of Lead Safe America. More than 1 in 3 American kids has lead in their blood. No level of lead is safe. Lead poisoning can cause learning disabilities and behavioral disorders. Has your child been tested? Learn more at leadsafeamerica.org. 8:03, time for the AM 560 Business Beat. From the Fox Business Network, a service of Turnkey.pro, here's Jenny Casola.
From the Fox Business Network, Mazda is recalling more than 759,000 cars and SUVs in the U.S. and Canada. The car company says rear hatches can fall on people and injure them. The various models involved are from 2010 through 2013. Dealers will be notifying owners this fall and will replace the lift supports. Nintendo's U.S.-listed shares jumped more than 29% after 2 announcements. Nintendo's releasing Super Mario Run for Game for Apple's App Store and a version of Pokemon Go for the Apple Watch. Michael Pachter, Wedbush securities analyst, tells USA Today people see this announcement as a sign Nintendo is all in with mobile. And Tesla is receiving cash from Deutsche Bank. Reuters says the company can borrow up to $300 million for its car leasing program. Stocks were mixed Wednesday. With the Fox Business Report, I'm Ginny Cosola.
It's 8:05 in Chicago. A check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
When a politician says that they're going to raise taxes on small business, you need to realize that what they're saying is they're going to kill jobs.
The Dave Ramsey Show.
Because it's a very simple thing when you're running a small business. If you have your costs go up and you're in a business where you're competitive and you don't have the ability to raise your prices, then you simply cannot hire as many people. It's a very simple thing.
Dave Ramsey, weeknights starting at 7. Presented by Wintrust Community Bank on AM 560. The Answer.
Are you worried how the election, global events, and the current economy might affect your retirement? Listen to Grow My Retirement, Saturdays at 2 with Bill Geiger, Chicago's retirement planning advisor. Bill helps you translate complex retirement issues into easy-to-understand steps to help you create a retirement income you can't outlive.
The important thing of this show is not when the next downturn is coming, but to have your portfolio and your retirement plan ready for it.
Grow My Retirement with Bill Geiger, Saturday at 2 p.m. on AM 560. The Answer.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson, candidate for President of the United States, and I approve this message.
I'm Governor Gary Johnson. I'll be on the ballot for president in 2016. To America's millennials, I say this. By not standing up and voting two-party corruption out of office years ago, people my age have made a real mess of things for people your age. Now, we may never agree on all the small things, but let's agree on the big thing. Both parties have blown it. A vote for Clinton or Trump ensures us 4 more years of increasingly horrible things. Since two-party Washington has stopped representing us, let's stop electing them. As your president, I'll put your priorities before my own. I won't relent, I won't sell out, and I'll never lose sight of any commitment I make to you. Give me your vote one time, and I'll prove it to you. You in?
Our best America yet. Johnson Weld, 2016.
Paid for by Gary Johnson, 2016.
8:07, let's check our roads in the AM 560 Traffic Center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. The Edens inbound has delays starting at Oakton, 36 minutes. Lake Cook to Montrose, outbound 35. The Kennedy is an hour and 35 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, 56 from Montrose, 55 now on the Express, outbound 55 minutes to O'Hare. The Eisenhower is an hour and 30 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, an hour 10 from Manheim, outbound an hour 7 to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 35 minutes, 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 minutes. To Ryan, 32 minutes, 95th to downtown. Lakeshore Drive really jammed southbound Bryn Mawr to Fullerton, and 18th to the Stevenson. Northbound from the Stevenson to Jackson. Tri-State southbound, slow 21 to 137. Northbound 127th, 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. Spot Adams Tollway slow Arlington Heights Road to Lee. Westbound from the Kennedy to Lee. Big delays on the Veterans Memorial from 127th most of the way to St. Charles. Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte. AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the AirComfort.com Weather Center, providing the right climate for business since 1935. Here is our meteorologist, Kevin Snyder.
After an early shower in spots, clouds give way to some sun today with a high 85, partly cloudy night, low 65, mostly cloudy with an afternoon shower, thunderstorm in spots tomorrow with a high of 80, periods of rain and a thunderstorm tomorrow night with a low 68. I'm Kevin Snyder on AM 560, The Answer.
71 at O'Hare. Next news coming up at 8:30. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Real Estate Live with Andrew Holmes. Get honest answers to your questions every Sunday at 12 noon.
Good morning. Welcome to your Thursday morning briefing. Here's what you need to know to start your day.
I communicated about classified material on a wholly separate system. I took it very seriously.
Here she is, Clinton. See, that's her signature, Clinton, with the C in bracket right there. So it's absolutely incredible for Clinton to lie. She is lying.
Hillary Clinton has taught us, really, how vulnerable we are in cyber hacking. That's probably the only thing that we've learned from Hillary Clinton.
This is Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560, The Answer.
Good morning, Dan and Amy. So, you contemplating a third-party candidate? Either environmental goofball Dr. Jill Stein, the Green Party, or former two-term New Mexico governor, Libertarian presidential candidate Gary Johnson, who I've seen getting anywhere between 8 and 11% of the vote.
Oh, yeah, and they're trying to make him part of the presidential debates.
Well, he's got to get to 15, and that looks unlikely at this point, and I don't think
we'll tell you why
what he did on Morning Joe is going to help. But Jill Stein, first, if you're contemplating a third-party candidate, just inform your views on this, in addition to the fact that neither one of them is going to be the President of the United States, of course. Green Party presidential candidate Jill Stein facing criminal charges in North Dakota. She's accused of spray painting equipment Tuesday at a Dakota Access Pipeline work site. Will face charges, said the county sheriff, for vandalism and trespass.
What is she thinking?
I think she...
you can't vandalize property, whether it's a school playground or a possible pipeline.
Yeah, 25 law enforcement officers responded to the protest site where there was nobody working. Officers saw some protesters in horses' masks and some carrying hatchets and wearing goggles. And they pulled back from the situation at that point because they didn't want a physical confrontation with the protesters. But Jill Stein was there, and she apparently spray painted on this bulldozer, like, I approve this message. Do you get it? So there's somebody to consider, you Green Party types, this... one of these environmental kooks that's chaining yourselves to trees and vandalizing construction equipment.
And dyeing her hair green.
And now facing criminal charges.
Did she have green hair in her mugshot, I wonder?
So there's Jill Stein for your consideration. She may have to pull a presidential campaign Lyndon LaRouche style and run from prison. Okay, and then Gary Johnson.
Yeah, a friend of the show. He's been on, and he advertises here on AM 560.
He does. He's not steeped in the particulars of foreign policy, apparently.
No, he's not. And there's you got to hear it and you got to see it to believe it. He was on Morning Joe yesterday, and Mike Barnacle was on the panel and asked him what would he do if elected president about Aleppo. You know, Aleppo.
What would you do if you were elected about Aleppo? About Aleppo.
And what is Aleppo?
You're kidding.
No.
Aleppo is in Syria. It's the epicenter of the refugee crisis.
Okay, got it.
Okay.
Well, with regard to Syria, I do think that it's a mess. I think that the only way that we deal with Syria is to join hands with Russia to diplomatically bring that at an end.
It was the dramatic pause in what is Aleppo?
Well,
did he think it might have been a skin rash or a name of a band or a fashion line?
I don't know.
What is this Aleppo you speak of?
Well, yeah, so, you thought Trump and Hillary Clinton struggled through the commander-in-chief forum. Well, good thing Matt Lauer didn't get his meat hooks into Gary Johnson. Yeah, I mean, Aleppo is kind of important.
Kind of a big deal. Yeah.
It's the largest city in Syria. It is the epicenter of the refugee crisis, and there's been a 4-year ongoing war between the quote-unquote Syrian rebels and the Assad government.
Yeah, and hundreds of thousands of casualties.
Right. So, I mean, I don't expect even a presidential candidate to know everything about every country and every region. Syria seems to be rather important, a geopolitical issue right now, knowing that Raqqa is the base of operations for ISIS, knowing what's been happening in Aleppo for 4 years. I think those are kind of threshold.
How do you think his campaign managers are handling this right now? Because that's a hashtag, what is Aleppo, is going viral.
Yeah. I don't think that's going to end up serving Gary Johnson. That's not going to be a great moment for him to recall in this campaign experience. Sean in Elmwood Park, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
That's not the only thing that makes him an imbecile fraud. He wants to shove through the climate exchange. You know, the same one that Al Gore, someone milked Mike Chakra, couldn't get past, that scumbag. So now Gary Johnson, the libertarian, he's going to he's not a libertarian any more than these other two frauds represent any party other than themselves. But I will say this, after looking from Dr. Doolittle, that delusional wacko that she is, and you look at these two bell-bottom 70-year-old freaks last night, one thing is for certain, you primary voters are morons. Morons, 330 million. And these four buffoons, one of these idiots, we're going to give a monkey with a machine gun and see what happens. It's despicable to me. You should have to take a test to vote. You want to solve problems?
And we used to do that.
Test. That's what you do.
There you go. Poll tax.
Idiots, or put them on an island.
All right, Sean. Thanks for the call. I hope that was cathartic for you.
He said moron 3 times.
Yeah,
scumbag twice.
Which is not bad.
You scumbag, you moron.
That's about his daily allotment for a 90-second call.
Okay.
So turning to those 70-year-old bell-bottom, whatever Sean calls them, the two presidential candidates and the forum yesterday. Well, one thing, Trump, the speech he gave at the Union League Club in Philadelphia yesterday morning is an important speech. And we talked to Sebastian Gorka earlier in the show, and I agree with his suggestion that if you haven't heard the speech, go online and listen to it or go online and read it, because it is an important substantive speech, and it's another effective one, in my estimation, on the heels of other effective speeches he's given that have been produced by staff with his input, I'm sure, and delivered in a scripted fashion. Trump making some important points and important distinctions between himself and Hillary Clinton.
Unlike my opponent, my foreign policy will emphasize diplomacy, not destruction. Hillary Clinton's legacy in Iraq, Libya, Syria has produced only turmoil and suffering and death. Her destructive policies have displaced millions of people. Then she's invited these refugees into the West with no plan to screen them.
That's a pretty good summation of what exactly her record is. And he goes on to characterize her, turn the temperament issue on her a bit.
Sometimes it seemed like there wasn't a country in the Middle East that Hillary Clinton didn't want to invade, intervene in, or topple. She's trigger happy and very unstable. Whether we like it or not, that's what's going on.
And let me suggest, following on the Gary Johnson, what is Aleppo question, get your assessment, your reaction, 312-642-5600, turnkey.pro answer line, 646-36DA, turnkey.pro text line. What is the bigger gaffe? What is the more jarring ignorance or illustration of ignorance? Was it Gary Johnson or was it Hillary Clinton when she said this during the candidate forum about Iraq and Syria and ground troops?
They are not going to get ground troops. We are not putting ground troops into Iraq ever again, and we're not putting ground troops into Syria. We're going to defeat ISIS without committing American ground troops. So those are the kinds of decisions we have to make on a case-by-case basis.
So there's a couple of problems with that statement. One is that there are 6,000 troops in Iraq on the ground at present, and there are at least 500 special forces on the ground in Syria at present. So we're never going to do something that we're doing. Foreign policy you were a part of under this regime, troops have remained. So we're never going to do something that is happening. Number two, the idea we're never going to do anything, and then in the same sense you say on a case-by-case basis. So I guess the first thing would be the major gaffe. How, in, again, Iraq and Syria, a main theater here, this is the geopolitical issue that has beset the Obama administration, at least for the entirety of his second term, and his Secretary of State doesn't know we have ground forces in Iraq and Syria? Now, is that better or worse? Is that more or less disturbing than, Gary Johnson, a governor, not somebody that's been getting intelligence briefings and visiting heads of state, not knowing Aleppo? I'd suggest the person who's one of her credentials for those supporting her is her experience, knowledge of foreign affairs. She's been in the arena. And she doesn't know? I mean, 6,000 ground troops is not insignificant. 500 special forces in Syria is not insignificant.
Well, doesn't necessarily know that, but she doesn't even know what classified means. I mean, she was talking her explanation of headers. That was a new one for me. I thought that was a move you do in soccer. It's the headers. But that's, her explanation. She was, I thought, looked so uncomfortable in her own skin for that half hour. I thought she couldn't wait to get off the stage because all they did was focus on her emails. And, did she put our national security at risk by this emails? And she did admit wrongdoing. Just listen.
Were some of the emails sent or received by you referring to our drone program, our covert drone program?
Yes. Every part of our government had to deal with questions, and the Secretary of State's office was first and foremost. So there are ways of talking about the drone program.
I mean, she never came out and apologized, never said she'd never do it again, but and she kept dancing around what's classified, what's not classified. No one asked her about smashing of the emails.
I didn't do anything wrong, and I'll never do it again. The lie,
smashing of her cell phone.
The lie to try and whitewash the classified information via email changes. Sometimes there were no headers. Other times she didn't know what the headers meant. Other times they were classified after the fact. We know all of those are lies. And she changes her story to kind of, so to make the press and the voters play whack-a-mole and trying to keep up with all of her prevarications. Paul and Worth, you're on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Good morning. Dan, if I'm not mistaken, didn't the Democrats who voted against the use of force in Iraq and Afghanistan ask for a second vote when they found out what the public opinion was in favor of that? So Hillary had two chances at voting.
Well, yeah, she said she was wrong about that, and but yeah, you remember John Kerry's infamous formulation that he voted for it before he voted against it, right? Oh, thanks for the call, Paul. Kurt in Park Ridge. Hey, Kurt.
It's obvious what Hillary said about not putting troops in Syria or Iraq. She's just pandering to, Sanders voters, the people that are comfortable with voting for her right now. now don't care that she's going to lie about it. They're comfortable with her lying about anything. So they're just saying, Hillary's saying what she's saying. She'll put troops in there if she has to. She has to lie right now.
Thanks for the call, Kurt. Maddie in Orland Park.
Good morning. We talk about Hillary's experience, but experience does not equate to competency. She is totally incompetent. With all the experience that she's had for 30-plus years in politics, plus her previous experience, she's totally incompetent.
Thanks.
And I did read an article this morning from a quote from James Woods. Evidently, there was a close-up that she may have had an earpiece in last night. So it's either that or a hearing aid. So something else to think about.
Thanks for the call, Maddie. Is she incompetent or is she just a criminal and she's trying to kind of cover her criminal activity? I think maybe it's more the latter. Ralph in Rantoul.
Yeah, good morning. Yeah, I hope she was wearing an earpiece because maybe some sort of multi-frequency scanner could pick it up like from Peter Popoff years ago. Stupid spirits come out. They could be calling some stupidness out of Hillary. Look, I still think she should be sponsored by a helmet manufacturer, Rydell or one of the bike helmets, because she either got a bonk on the head or she didn't. It either caused a problem or it doesn't cause a problem. She forgets about emails. She forgets about troops. She forgets about meetings, or she doesn't forget about things, or she can only remember certain things in between sandwich blackouts. This woman lies so much. My greatest fear is that the overwhelming stupidity of the voters out there will overlook that and still pull the trigger for this woman. It's a bad situation.
Thanks for the call, Ralph. Maybe President Obama can let her borrow his little bike helmet.
There's only one radio show in Chicago talking about today's biggest stories and telling you what they really mean. That show is this one, Chicago's Morning Answer on AM 560, The Answer.
And she can get her mommy genes back, too. So Trump's harsh words for military generals, kind words for Putin, and standing by his comments about women in the military. But first, here's your forecast. Clouds right now, sunshine by this afternoon, with little peaks of it, a high of 85 degrees. How's that inbound Kennedy? Is it still an hour 45? Here's Jim Talamonte.
That's a big improvement, Amy. It's just an hour and 25. Now it's an hour and 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown, Jan from Canfield the rest of the way in. 45 minutes from Montrose, 33 in the Express. Outbound 57 minutes downtown to the airport. And on the Adams Tollway westbound, really slow from the river, or the Devon Toll, that is, to around Lee Street with some construction. Edens Expressway, 41 minutes. Lake Cook to the junction, outbound 40. The Eisenhower, an hour and 35 minutes. Thorndale to downtown, outbound an hour and 5 minutes. Stevenson looking at about an hour and a half from 355 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 minutes. The Ryan, 32 minutes. 95th to downtown, southbound Lakeshore Drive. Pretty rough, 40 minutes. Hollywood to Monroe, northbound slow from the Stevenson to Jackson. Northbound Tri-State delays 127th, 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway most of the way to Irving Park due to a crash on the right shoulder. Veterans Memorial slow from International Parkway to St. Charles and Army Trail to 290. I'm Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
ChicagoRadioDeals.com makes it easy for you to get fit with these exclusive deals from MFC Sports Performance in Darien. It seems like everyone has a kid who's participating in school or club sports. Now, these kids could benefit from strength and endurance training, which is why MFC Sports Performance in Darien is offering a deal on open group training for your child. This $99 deal is only $50 for an 8-session package. Get in on the action yourself. MFC has another 8-session deal for adult boot camp fitness training, a $79 value for just $40. Hey, if you need time for yourself, then visit the Primal Ocean Salt Cave in LaGrange. Your stress begins to disappear when you step into the Pink Himalayan Salt Cave. Experience it with an array of packages, which all include a salt cave session and either an aqua massage or aqua escape or ionic detox foot bath session. These amazing packages, $65 to $70, but only $40 at ChicagoRadioDeals.com. Now, some of these deals are limited, so scoop them up while you can. And for more exclusive offers and healthy deals, just visit ChicagoRadioDeals.com.
Congratulations on that 401k. It's officially going nowhere, and you're probably going to have to pay to get your money out. And congratulations thinking Social Security will float you through retirement. Wake up, Answer listeners. Real wealth comes from real estate. I'm Sean Thompson. My company is Liberty Real Estate Services, and it's time to invest in a personal real estate portfolio that will secure your future. With Liberty Real Estate, we'll help you buy those properties, and most importantly, we'll help you manage those properties once they've been acquired. Financial independence can only be achieved when you've broken down the market like I have. Nobody wants to rent your 401k, but many want to rent your house. Real wealth comes from real estate with Liberty Real Estate Services. Call me right now at 630-323-4376. That number again is 630-323-4376, or visit the website at libertyrealestateservices.com for information you'll need to get real financial freedom and control your destiny. 630-323-4376 or libertyrealestateservices.com. It's time.
Hey there, this is Eric Metaxas. Lately, I've been telling you about Liberty University's online degree programs. Liberty University is the world's largest Christian university with over 95,000 students studying around the world through Liberty's online programs. While there are a lot of universities who've jumped into online education, few can deliver on the promise of a quality education with such flexibility, and even fewer can actually point to a graduate of their online program like my friend Morgan from Nashville.
I did it. I actually got my degree from Liberty University. 2 degrees, actually. Not only has this process taught me self-discipline, I've also learned that it is never too late to fulfill your dreams. And I did it all online. I did it, and you can too.
Call Liberty University now at 800-424-9595. That's 800-424-9595, 800-424-9595, or visit liberty.edu/online. Flexible, affordable, possible. Liberty University Online.
You love to shop, but in order to shop, you need money, which these days can be hard to come by. What if you could earn cash for shopping? Semperfly.info is the ultimate online shopping destination and the leader of online cashback shopping. You'll earn cashback every time you shop online for the products and services you're already buying. You'll get the best coupons and deals available online for thousands of your favorite stores and millions of products with an average 40% off on daily deals. Think of it, over 30 million products at the best prices and 3,500 exclusive products sold nowhere else. You'll be in shopping heaven. You can shop from the comfort of your own home and get paid for it. Plus, the Refer a Friend program allows you to get paid cash for all your friends and family's purchases as well. Start getting paid to shop for the exclusive brands that you already know and trust now at Semperfly.info. That's Semperfly.info. Semperfly.info is an unfranchise of Shop.com, a trusted top 60 internet retailer.
Balance of Nature's fruits and veggies.
About 6 years ago, I was diagnosed with congestive heart failure. I went from being able to work 14, 16 hours a day with no problem to where I could barely walk a block to the store without having to stop and rest. I went on to the phytonutrients about 6 months ago, and within a couple of months, my medical doctor had cut my prescriptions down in a little bit smaller dosage. The next time I went back a month later, I walked into the doctor's office and he says, "My gosh, what's happened to you? You don't even look like the same person." He looked at my legs and the swelling had gone down. My blood pressure was down. The venous stasis ulcers that I had had on my legs for the last 4 or 5 years because of the poor circulation were all healed, and I'm feeling far better.
Call now to find out how to get your free month's supply of Balance of Nature. Call 800-2468-751 or go online to balanceofnature.com. Use promo code CHICAGO.
AM 560, The Answer.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
A text from 708, I'd like to make voting for Hillary a moral issue. Are you a moral person at your core if you can vote for an unrepentant congenital liar? We're going to ask PJ O'Rourke that question at 8:38 and give him a chance to walk back in his plans to vote for Hillary. It's coming up.
And another baker has to apologize for a cake, but this time it involves Donald Trump. We'll explain. But first, into the newsroom we go. Here is Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, 74 degrees. Some light rain showers in the area. First-time claims for unemployment benefits are down. This morning's figures from the Labor Department show 259,000 Americans filed initial jobless claims last week, but only down 4,000 from the previous week. Republican presidential nominee Donald Trump says, yes, he is ready to be commander-in-chief and has good judgment, saying his business background and world travels do qualify him for the job.
The main thing is I have great judgment. I have good judgment. I know what's going on. I've called so many of the shots.
President Obama not ready to give up hope that the prison at Guantanamo Bay will be closed before he leaves office. Speaking in Laos today, the president says his administration continues to work diligently to shrink the prisoner population there. A Green Party presidential candidate is wanted in North Dakota on criminal charges. Jill Stein and her running mate were charged yesterday with criminal trespass and criminal mischief at a Dakota Access Pipeline protest site. Texas Senator John Cornyn declining to back Ted Cruz in the expected Republican primary battle for Cruz's Senate seat in 2018. Wayne, Michigan police this morning say a man and woman were killed when their truck was hit by an Amtrak train. Investigators say the driver went around lowered crossing gates. The train was headed from Chicago to Pontiac. Right now, no word of any injuries among the crew or passengers. Chicago Teachers Union House of Delegates later this month will vote on a strike authorization. President Karen Lewis saying union leadership will listen to what the members have to say. A Florida man impersonating U.S. Senator Dick Durbin of Illinois faces up to 3 years behind bars after pleading guilty this week. 67-year-old Sidney Hines apparently told creditors he was the four-term Illinois senator as they hounded him to pay off his home loan. White Sox over Detroit 7-4. Milwaukee over the Cubs 2-1. The news a service of Cabela's. It's time to gear up at Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days. Find great deals on the latest hunting gear, supplies, and outdoor apparel. Save $100 on an Ozonics HR200 scent eliminator device. Don't miss Cabela's Fall Great Outdoor Days in Hoffman Estates and Hammond. 8:33 and a check of traffic and weather on the way next on AM 560.
Mike Gallagher says, despite the obstacles, Trump is still fighting.
Despite everything that's being thrown at him by every media organization, every prominent Republican insider, the lack of support from current Republicans, the RNC for that matter, he does not have the backing of just about anyone, and he's in this thing.
The Mike Gallagher Show, weekdays at 9, right before Dennis Prager at 11 on AM 560. The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Papa Nicholas Coffee. Papa Nicholas Coffee, a family tradition since 1897.
Hey, no matter who wins the presidential race, this is the most unusual election in our lifetimes. One candidate is an egomaniacal, scandal-plagued celebrity who can't go a day without spouting falsehoods. The other is a reality TV star. Good grief. So laugh, don't cry by spending an evening with acclaimed author and humorist P.J. O'Rourke and Friends of Liberty from across America at the Heartland Institute's 32nd anniversary benefit dinner. For over 3 decades, the Heartland Institute has worked to advance free markets and individual liberty, and P.J. O'Rourke has kept America laughing while advancing these principles.
Freedom of speech is important. If you have anything to say, I checked on the internet. Nobody does.
Hear PJ's unique and hilarious perspective on the election of our lifetimes. Call 312-377-4000 or visit heartland.org. This can't miss event is September 15th in Palatine. That's 312-377-4000. Do it now.
8:35. Let's check the roads in our AM 560 traffic center with Jim Talamonte.
Thanks, Mike. On the inbound Edens, it's 45 minutes from Lake Cook to the junction. Outbound 41. Inbound Kennedy, the lane start at Canfield. An hour and 25 minutes. O'Hare to downtown. Outbound 57 minutes. The Ike, an hour and 40 minutes now. Thorndale to the post office, an hour 22 from Manheim. Outbound 52 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 22 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive, outbound 55 minutes. Ryan is 32 minutes, 95th to downtown, outbound it's fine. Lakeshore Drive very slow southbound, Bryn Mawr to Fullerton and 18th to the Stevenson. Tri-state delays are northbound, 127th to 31st, and from the Reagan Tollway most of the way to Irving Park with a crash on the right side. Adams Tollway slow Arlington Heights Road to Lee, westbound Jan from the Kennedy to Lee. Reagan Tollway slow Farnsworth to Eola, Roosevelt to the Tri-State, Veterans Memorial, International Parkway to St. Charles, and Army Trail to 290. Traffic answers when you need them most. I'm Jim Talamonte, AM 560, The Answer.
Chicago's Morning Answer continues next. Your official Chicagoland weather forecast from the aircomfort.com Weather Center. Providing the right climate for business since 1935. Morning shower, then clouds will break this afternoon. Warm and humid and a high of 85. Currently, we have 74. Next news coming up at 9. Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan and Amy continues next on AM 560, The Answer.
This hourly segment is brought to you by Illinois Rising, hosted by Dan Proft and the Illinois Policy Institute. Sunday afternoons at 3 on AM 560, The Answer.
Don't miss Freedom Summit Chicago 2016, October 29th in Itasca. Tickets are on sale now at freedomsummitchicago.com.
And in addition to not missing Freedom Summit on October 29th, you don't want to miss the Heartland Institute's annual benefit dinner. That's Thursday, September 15th. That's a week from today.
Yeah. Oh, wow. Look at you and the numbers and the calendar.
Yeah. I've been to it many times. It's always a great evening, and Heartland Institute does great work in advance of free minds and free markets. And you can call for tickets 312-377-4000, or you can go online to heartland.org. Again, 6 to 9 at the Cotillion in Palatine on Thursday, September 15th. And the keynote speaker will be one of my favorite authors for a long time.
Yeah,
I don't want to make him feel old, but going all the way back to my formative years as an undergraduate.
Oh, okay.
He is PJ Aurora, columnist at the Weekly Standard and noted humorist. PJ, thanks for joining us again. Appreciate it.
Hey, Dan, Amy, how are you?
Good. But by the way, we should mention your new book too. Your latest book is Holidays in Heck, right? That's your latest. Recounts your internet.
Actually, the latest is you're one book behind.
What's the latest one?
That's been how long it's been since we've talked. Thrown Under the Omnibus, which is
right, yeah, we talked to you about that. Thrown Under the Omnibus. My bad. And also you should go back and just look and read all of PJ O'Rourke's oeuvre, including Parliament of Horrors.
What a nice thing to say. And I will have a book out as soon as we can get it out after this election. And even though we don't know what's going to the outcome of this election is, I do have my title, which I think will apply no matter what, called How the Hell Did This Happen?
Okay. Well,
how the hell did it happen?
Well, speaking of that, though, before we get to the outcome.
What?
We are going to give you a chance, PJ. We had the last time we had you on the show and talk about your latest book, Thrown Under the Omnibus. We had a discussion about your departure from the Republican presidential nominee and your commitment to vote for Hillary Clinton for president because you just couldn't stomach the concept of voting for Trump. We're going to give you an opportunity to recant and recast.
Well, I hope everybody watched that Commander-in-Chief forum last night. It was a little odd, I'll tell you. If I were in charge of the Spanish Inquisition, I don't think I'd make Matt Lauer my chief inquisitor.
Yes.
But
he's no Torquemada, no.
You know, I mean, the thing is, I don't know, my takeaway from that, I think Trump did okay. He was a little bit like a guy applying for a job he's not quite qualified for, you know?
Well, okay.
No, especially when he asked him about his intelligence briefings. If I was Donald Trump, I would say that's a private matter, and I'm not discussing any aspects of it with the American people.
Oh, yeah, he could have played that so much. The things I learned, but I can't talk now. He could have played that a little better. On the other hand, with Hillary, you know, I mean, it may be that being president of the United States is a job for which no human is qualified. And if in that case, Hillary did very well because she didn't show a single spark of humanity at all.
She was scared. It's hard to lie.
Oh, right.
It's hard to lie. She's coming up with different ways and to try and mislead the public. Don't you think?
That's true. You have to do. Take that into consideration. It's not easy to come up with ever more creative ways to lie. So there is that.
Honestly, you know, the truth is just not in her, and it's because. And it's not because she's lying in the ordinary sense of like the dog ate my homework line. It's because I don't think she has, in her weird robotic way, I don't think she has any connection to the truth. I mean, I think if you were to ask her to define truth, it'd be like asking Siri, you know?
Now Bill Clinton, he's been on the stump for Hillary, which is a real boon for her. And he said that Make America Great Again, you know what that means in the South, don't you? That means the Klan is coming back, essentially. Essentially, he's saying Make America Great Again is a dog whistle for white supremacy.
That is just absolutely such baloney. You know, I have considerable problems with Trump. He's not the guy, as a Republican, he's not the guy I wanted. In fact, I would have taken pretty much any of the other 16. But my problem with him is not that he's not a racist. You know, I mean, that guy is like too self-centered to have prejudice against anybody else.
Well, do you think he's a little bit...
When he's looking at you, he's not seeing your color. He's not seeing your ethnicity. He's seeing himself.
Well, and if you're a woman, he might be looking at your body parts. I mean, he's got 5 kids with 3 different women, but people seem to forget that. But what about him standing by his comments about women and sexual assaults in the military?
Well, I couldn't quite parse what he was saying there, as is, of course, usual with presidential candidates. You know, if they were any good at saying what they mean, they'd be gone, like Jeb Bush. You know, I mean, they have to be good at being fuzzy. I don't know what he meant. I mean, is it a? I don't know. I've covered the U.S. military a lot. It has not been my personal experience that having men and women work together in the military, even right down to combat lines, is much of a problem in of itself. Sure, you get situations, but a lot of those situations are back at the base where men and women in the military would be mixing anyway.
Well, what about the policy speeches Trump has given over the last several weeks that have been scripted? So he's clearly got advisors around him that know what they're talking about and helping to put together these speeches that he has offered on immigration and on military readiness. So does that inspire any more confidence in what kind of administration a Trump administration would be, that you know that he does have some people around him that clearly know what they're talking about and are assisting?
Well, you know, he is showing a certain amount of common sense. I got to hand it to him to that. You know, it still comes down to the you know, how do we end up choosing a president where, I mean, basically, better choice would have been a random member of your bowling league. You know, at least we would have gotten the Big Lebowski.
Sure, the dude. Yeah, you could have had the dude as president.
The dude abides.
No, but so do I sense that you're moving a little bit, at least maybe into the neutrality camp, and you're not going to cross that Maginot line into the darkness of the Clinton camp?
Yeah, well, you know, I was making a dark joke with endorsing Hillary, but I'm still not sure. I'm not sure what, you know, in my heart of hearts, what I would like to do is vote for Gary Johnson and Bill Weld.
Did you hear what Gary Johnson did yesterday? They asked him about Aleppo, and he said, "What's Aleppo?"
I'm sorry, I missed you, Amy.
Oh, Gary Johnson was on Morning Joe, and they asked him about Aleppo and what to do with Aleppo, and he said, "What's Aleppo?" He had no idea.
Ooh.
It was embarrassing. And then his earpiece was sticking out of his ear. It was not a good look. Yeah.
If you're going to be on one of those early TV shows, that's not the... Yeah, Gary, Pothead Gary, and Bill likes a little drink now and then. I call him the token tipple ticket.
The token tipple. I like that. They should actually use that.
They should.
I mean,
especially after MSNBC appearance. That would be a good one.
I mean, years a year. Oh, the poor libertarians. You know, I'm a libertarian through and through, but the poor capital L libertarians. Here they have like 2 of the most disliked presidential candidates in the history of dislikable presidential candidates, which is long and wide. And what are we hearing from them?
Yeah. I mean, they have had more money than libertarians normally get because of what you just described, and so they've got some commercials and stuff. But when you say what is Aleppo, that kind of turns to undercut.
They are getting. I just saw Ed Crane, the guy that founded Cato, just sent out an email. He noted that libertarian candidates are getting across all 50 states. They're getting like 13% support, which is huge for libertarians. Still doesn't quite rise to the level of the debate cutoff, which is 15%. The other thing is you look at Hillary and you look at Trump and you go, why isn't that 110%?
Well, you have, I mean, you do have the Ed Crane run Libertarian Super PAC. I mean, who would have ever thought the Libertarian Party would be supported by a super PAC when it spends most of its time arguing amongst itself as to whether it should exist.
That is, of course, a continuing. I mean, like I say, I'm a libertarian, but you got to fess up to the problems with libertarians. Is you put two libertarians in a room and you get three political opinions.
All right. So, what could Donald Trump do? We have 61 days until the election to garner your vote. Is there anything he could do?
How many copies of Thrown Under the Omnibus does he have to buy?
Yeah, well, there's that. I mean, I can be bought.
I love your honesty and your candor.
Just a hint, Donald. If you're as rich as you say you are, a couple million copies of Thrown Under the Omnibus, and I'll be out there supporting you. But leaving that aside, if Donald Trump continues to show common sense, and Hillary continues to show this like eerie, creepy, robotic. She's like who's the Miss Umbridge, the evil teacher in Harry Potter.
Well, I tell you what, you're always so current. I mean, a Harry Potter reference. I'm impressed. All right, he's P.J. O'Rourke, noted author. He's going to be in town. And by the way, Parliament of Horrors, Republican Party Reptile, Holidays in Hell, Give War a Chance, Eat the Rich, all great reads. His latest is Thrown Under the Omnibus, and he's going to be in town Thursday, September 15th, for the Heartland Institute's annual benefit dinner, 6 to 9 at the Cotillion in Palatine. 312-377-4000 is the number to get tickets. Heartland.org is the website to get tickets. PJ O'Rourke, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it.
Oh, well, thank you for having me on. And come to the Heartland. We'll have a really good time. And it's always good to talk to you guys.
Thanks, PJ.
A voice of sense in the morning.
Token Tipple. Token Tipple. That's our new that's our new show name. Thanks, PJ.
And he joined us on our turnkey.pro answer line.
Connect with Dan and Amy on the AM 560 The Answer mobile app. Just text the word app to 64636 to download the app today.
Oh, it has happened again. A baker refuses to make a cake. We'll explain why and who it's about. But first, here's your forecast. Some clouds right now. 73 degrees at O'Hare, going up to a high of 85 degrees. And tomorrow we're going to have mostly cloudy skies with a chance of a shower in the afternoon, high of 80. Let's get the travel times. I'm crossing my fingers, Jim Talamonte. Please tell me the inbound Kennedy is at least under an hour.
Not yet.
Darn
We're getting there, Amy. We're getting there. We're hoping it'll tick down. We just had a decrease down to an hour and 10 minutes right now from O'Hare to downtown. Really slow starting around Canfield. It's 40 minutes from Montrose, 33 in the Express. Also just had a crash reported at Diversey in the right lane. Outbound, it's 52 minutes downtown to the airport. Eden's 45 minutes, Lake Cook to the junction. Outbound, 41. The Eisenhower's just brutal. An hour and 40 minutes, Thorndale to the post office. An hour 22 from Manheim. Outbound, 52 minutes to Thorndale. Stevenson, an hour and 25 minutes, 3:55 to Lakeshore Drive. The delay start at 1:26. Outbound, it's 42 minutes. The Ryan, 30 minutes, 95th to downtown. The southbound side of Lakeshore Drive is really slow, especially Bryn Mawr to Fullerton. Northbound Tri-State heavy, 111th, 31st. Reagan Tollway to the Grand Avenue curve. The Bensonville Bridge to Irving Park. Adams Tollway stop and go Arlington Heights Road to Lee. Westbound Jan from the Kennedy to Lee because of road work in the left lane. And Jim Talamonte in the AM 560 Traffic Center.
Thanks, Springfield in September. No, not our state capital. Schrank Smoke and Gun is offering 10% off all store-owned Springfield firearms from concealed carry to 1911s through September. With the largest selection of new, used, and consignment firearms in Lake County, you'll avoid the Cook County firearm and ammo tax with just a short drive north. Plus, Schrank's 25% off of their huge knife inventory continues through September. For gunsmithing, you know you can count on family-owned Schranks, celebrating 52 years this month. Wow, it's worth the trip. So stop in now and save 10% on store-owned Springfield firearms and 25% off knives through the month of September. And don't forget to stock up on cigars at Schrank's. Visit SmokeTheletterN.gun.org or call 847-662-4034. Schrank's Smoke and Gun in Waukegan, your family-owned gun store since 1964. That's 847-662-4034 or online at SmokeTheletterN.gun.org.
This is Dan Proft with 60 Seconds of Sanity. Equal justice before the law, except on immigration. Fundamental fairness of opportunity. except on immigration. An expectation that government will provide for the physical security of its citizens, except on immigration. The deep thinkers at the helms of both political parties have carved out an American values exemption for immigration policy, whereby laws unpopular among certain constituencies can be arbitrarily ignored. Cheaters are rewarded at the expense of honest rule-abiders, and predators are knowingly released to pillage the peaceful. Considerate governance requires a framework firmly rooted in first principles. Our immigration system is a hot mess because we have drifted from those principles. Per the new Colossus, Emma Lazarus's poem etched into the Statue of Liberty, we want the huddled masses yearning to breathe free, and we do. But that necessarily means we know the intentions of those who seek admittance. Our immigration system cannot be compassionate if it is disconnected from the competent administration of laws consistent with American values.
Based on actual cases, results may vary, not a solicitation for legal services. Have you received a letter or personal visit from the IRS? Has the IRS garnished your paycheck or seized your bank account? If so, you need to take action now. You're a target of the most powerful collection agency in the world, and you need representation you can trust. Don't get scammed by imitators and telemarketers' high-pressure tactics. At Wall & Associates, they develop trust with their clients through a free face-to-face consultation. They've saved their clients over $129 million in the past 5 years. Call 1-800-983-5313 now for your free face-to-face consultation. Ignoring your tax problem will only make it worse. Call 1-800-983-5313 to get immediate help. With over 30 years of experience, Wall & Associates has helped thousands of taxpayers, and they can help you. Call now, 1-800-983-5313. 800-983-5313. wallandassociates.net.
AM 560, The Answer.
Another cake baker in trouble, this time Louisiana, and it involves Donald Trump. This girl came in, she's turning 18, and she wanted Trump 2016 on her birthday cake because she was having a Trump-themed birthday party.
Yeah.
And the baker said no. And she said, did that really happen? And she said no. So they took their business elsewhere, but they complained to the store. It's Albertsons, and the company has apologized, saying, are you ready for this? That the employee thought that that writing Trump 2016 on the cake would violate the store's policy on the use of copyrights.
Yeah, okay, right. And that's a nice creative explanation. Now if this was a Christian baker,
oh yeah,
and didn't want to participate in a same-sex wedding ceremony, I mean, that would be, an apology wouldn't be enough. You'd get a few $100,000 in damages for the offense.
Right, and the store would shut down. They'd force them out of business. Albertsons, though, no such luck. No, there's no protests or anything.
Albertsons is a little big.
Yeah, it's a big of a juggernaut. And in other news, your guy swimmer, Ryan Lochte, the faker. Faker!
Yeah.
Because I love to fake armed robberies. It's so fun. He's been suspended for 10 months. He's also lost all of his endorsements. Speedo, Gentle Hair Removal, whatever.
Yeah.
Airweave, and Ralph Lauren.
And I've picked up all of them except Ralph Lauren. But the good news is that he's still able to do Dancing with the Stars.
Yeah, that's good.
He'll be partnering with Rick Perry so that Dancing with the Stars, like Brown University, is trans inclusive. And both of them will receive tampons for participating.
They didn't change the way they do business. No, he's dancing with one of the professional dancers, right?
I don't. I thought it was Rick Perry. I'm looking forward to it. I hope they do a rumba.
You're listening to Chicago's Morning Answer with Dan Proft and Amy Jacobson on AM 560. The Answer.
Before you invest, read the prospectus in the registration statement and other documents the issuer has filed with the SEC for more complete information about the issuer and this offering.
This is a special public announcement for investors. Have you tried to invest during an initial public offering but never got the chance because big banks and private institutions have already scooped up all the stock? Well, now there's an exciting investment opportunity where you can be in on the IPO of a game-changing digital media company listed on NASDAQ. FOTV. FOTV is a group of millennial-focused digital media companies that creates, markets, and distributes live hologram events and premium Hollywood movie content to global audiences via live streaming, virtual reality, and 360. Powered by Holograms USA cutting-edge visual technology. Featured on the Country Music Awards, Jimmy Kimmel Live, and the Coachella Music Festival. Discover a real IPO investment opportunity. Invest as little or as much as you want. Call now for your free FOTV prospectus. 800-409-2501. 800-409-2501. That's 800-409-2501.
I just love CertaPro painters. You know, they've been to our home twice now, painted our chipped front porch and my son's bedrooms. Sharp lines, vibrant colors. And you know, fall is right around the corner, the season of colors. So now is the perfect time to update your home. Whether it's a bold new warm color for the dining room or a fresh take on your home's exterior, call CertaPro painters to transform and protect your home before cold weather arrives. Plus, the holidays will be here before you know it. So now is the perfect time to give your home that updated look you've been wanting. Call now to schedule your fall painting project. 1-800-GO-CERTA. I trust CertaPro painters in my home. They were nice guys. They cleaned up after themselves. There wasn't a single drop of paint anywhere except on my beautiful walls. Each CertaPro painter's business is independently owned and operated, so you'll feel confident knowing that these are local business owners who are part of your community. Call now for your free fall painting estimate at 1-800-GO-CERTA. That's 1-800-GOCERTA, or visit CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C.
If you're serious about selling your home, now's the time. Supply is low, and it's a great seller's market in many Chicagoland neighborhoods. This is Michael Medved, and I've done some research, and along with my Salem radio colleagues Mike Gallagher and Dennis Prager, we all recommend that you call Saul. Saul Z and the Z team are so good that if they don't sell your home in 59 days, they'll sell it for free. Guaranteed. Saul is ranked 106 out of 1.2 million agents by the Wall Street Journal. His proven marketing system is so effective that he sells on average a home every single day. Now, he does it by attracting multiple full-price offers that increase demand and help sell your home fast and at the highest price. It's a no-brainer. If I were selling a home in Chicagoland, I'd call Saul. Go online to callsaul.net. That's callsaul, S-A-U-L.net. Or call Saul now at 888-346-0666. That's callsaul.net or 888-346-0666. You'd better call Saul.
Change in the market shouldn't be a surprise to anyone. In fact, since World War II, we've seen a correction on average about once every 18 months. That's why Arlington Capital Management developed proprietary tools that help them to see what's beyond your investment horizon. Like an experienced ship captain uses tools to avoid stormy weather, Arlington Capital Management uses tools to guide you through market corrections before it's too late and help us decide when to capitalize on opportunity. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 to learn how their active management systems can help you. Each day, they actively explore the market, our economy, and all the variables that affect your investments. Stormy markets never cloud their vision. The professionals at Arlington Capital Management use their tools and experience to guide them. Call Arlington Capital Management today at 855-471-5796 for a financial review. The number again is 855-471-5796 or learn more at arlington-capital.com.
Thanks so much for making us part of your morning. Our thanks to David Stripling, the technical director, and Cesar Perez, the executive producer.
Shake and bake.
We're back here tomorrow morning, 5 a.m. Now into the newsroom we go. Here's Mike Scott.
Amy and Dan, a man charged with gang-related shooting found guilty in that case. Chicago teachers strike given another green light, perhaps, by the teachers' union. Aldermen want battlefield gauze for Chicago police. Cubs playoff ticket registration begins on the heels of a Brewers win over the Chicago Cubs, and the Bears have given Kyle Long an extension. WIND Chicago News Time, 9 o'clock.
Oh, yeah, evidence shows ISIS supports Trump. Okay.
Coming up on Chicago's Morning Answer.
Hillary got the Dallas Morning News, but she says Trump is going to get the ISIS endorsement.
Now, can you hear me now? Hey, are you doing anything to affect the mics? All right, mic check. All right, now they're back. Okay. Chicago's morning. Oh,